sabrinasalvati.
All right. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to Sabby Sabs podcast. I'm your host, Sabrina Salvati. If you're new, I want to let you know that Sabby Sabs podcast is a part of Revolutionary Blackout Network. You can catch me there on Thursdays for the Sabby and JB show. I was just there. And you can catch me here on Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and every other Sunday. Big shout out to everyone watching on YouTube, Rockfin, Twitter, and Rumble. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the final day of the DNC convention for 2024. And we have so much to discuss. We are going to feature, of course, Kamala Harris's speech, which will be at the convention tonight. That's going to close things out for that event. And of course, we're going to try to feature my governor of Massachusetts, Governor Healey, is also supposed to be speaking at the DNC convention. Of course, she would be there. We're going to try to catch her and see what she has to say, considering she's been making people pretty angry in my state. But yeah, so much to discuss, ladies and gentlemen. I want to start out by giving shout outs to people in the chat. We're going to do similar to what we did last time. There are two stories that I want to cover that happened at the DNC convention. Most of you have probably heard what's happening with that Uncommitted campaign. We're going to chime in about that as well. And then we're going to head on over to the DNC convention coverage. Again, you guys don't want to see a lot of the people at the beginning speak anyway. You know, it's kind of boring at that part. So that's how we're going to do things, folks. Let's start out by giving a shout out to people in the chat. What is going on, Dr. Darnell? No uncommitted Palestinian delegate was allowed to speak on the stage at the DNC. Shame. Every Palestinian individual and everyone who supports the Palestinian people must vote green on November 5th, 2024. I 100% support that. I'm going to discuss that tonight as well. It's very disgusting, as I would say. And to me, I consider that to be a form of discrimination. We're going to get into that. Shout out to Miguel, says peace. What's up, Miguel? Greetings, animal advocate, and shout out for becoming a Sabby member. Thank you and welcome. What's up, New York Varsity? Tuning in from London. Shooby-dooby-doo. Let's go. Greetings, I know myself. It's quite interesting to hear Michelle Obama's reference to affirmative action wealth creation. Was this her way of saying Black people need to stop asking for restorative justice? If so, she can go kick rocks. Yeah, I mean, some people took that statement different ways, right? But my thing is, if that's how Michelle Obama feels, then maybe Michelle Obama should start advocating for reparations. And I don't hear her talking about that. Greetings, Steve, says Sabby. Happy Thursday, everyone. What's up? What's up, Thon? Oh, snap. Have you heard? AOC is getting on my last nerve. Without a doubt, we need to get her out. I think she's too deep in at this point. Greetings, y'all ain't ready. They denied a Palestinian speaker at the DNC. That is a disgrace. They just lost Michigan. Yeah, we'll have to see what happens there. Shout out to Casey. Man, Sabby, I really hope the youngins don't fall for Kamala's bootleg Obama shtick. Yeah, this is something I want to mention too. JB and I were talking about this earlier on RBN. We all have to remember that at some point or another, we were there too, right? Maybe with the exception of a few of you. But I remember at the time when Obama was president, at least the first term, there was nothing no one could say to me that would make me not defend Barack Obama. There was nothing. I just, you know, I was a part of the Democratic Party, and there just wasn't anything that you could say to me about him. Even if it was right in front of my face, I refused to see it because I had convinced myself, you know, this is the better option here, and he's doing the best that he can do. And it wasn't until I started doing more research on my own and I stopped being brainwashed by, you know, the party propaganda, and I became a registered independent, and I started seeing things for what they really are. And it's that you really have to follow the money and electoral politics, and then you'll understand how things work the way that they do. So all I can say is that to those people who are still constantly defending Kamala Harris, even though she still has no policies on her website, no policy platform, and she's not doing any interviews, we're going to have to give those people a bit of grace. They'll come around eventually and they'll see it. But I think right now, you're not going to change their minds. Not for most of them, I think. What's up, Lauren says, after her miracle defeat of 10-term incumbent caucus chair Joe Crowley, I truly believed in AOC. So did I. In fact, I donated to AOC, really believed. Greetings, Crumb. You were great on Moat, Sabby. Keep speaking truth as always. Thank you so much. Yeah. I was on the Mother of All Talk Shows, which is hosted by George Galloway, to talk about just this, what we're talking about this week with the two-party system in this country. And, George really gets it because he lives in the UK and they have multiple parties that get on the ballot, and they don't have to go through as much red tape as we do here in the United States. Greetings, Mina. Mina says, to Casey, corporate media propaganda. There it is. Shout out to Hannah, says, sup. Greetings, keep that same energy. New sub, I love your content, Sabby. Thank you and welcome. What's up, outside Steeler fan, says, hey all. Yeah, I tell you guys, like, Steeler fans are everywhere, man. I've lived in different states across this country, and there are two teams that I cannot get away from when it comes to professional football, and that is the Steelers and the Cowboys. No matter where I live, you guys are everywhere. I got to tell you. Shout out to Michael Pan, said we need third-party candidates winning local, national, and state races. I agree with you 100%. Shout out to Me Want Tacos. After my critical race theory homework, I'm watching Sabrina tonight. Shout out to Charlie. No shade on critical race theory, by the way, for people who see that and try to clip it and make it something else. Shout out to Charlie. Hey, fam. Greetings, TD. I've been busy studying. I didn't get to watch the DNC. That's okay. We got it here for you. We have it here. Greetings, Nikki's World says, hello, everyone. Shout out to K8 Max says, hey, guys. What's going on, Mr. Natural? Where are the election discussions on affordable education, healthcare, cutting defense spending, campaign finance reform, and American jobs? No uniparty candidates talking about that. No, they're not. They're too busy talking about why the other person is a horrible person, and they're too busy talking about vibes and where someone came from and how they grew up. But you're 100% right about that. Shout out to Devotion Orange sends love. Greetings, Desmond. Where is all that money, Jill Stein? I don't know what you mean. Jill Stein's a grassroots candidate. Can't help you with that one. Shout out to Edward Shore. Kamala and Donald need to be reminded who signs their paychecks. It's us. Yeah, they do, right? Greetings, Ali. Hello, all peace lovers. Free Palestine. And shout out to CBC Voter, says, happy Thursday, Sabby Sabs, and Zoom tonight. Yes, we will do a call-in segment after the show tonight for you newbies. Once a week, I do a call-in show on Zoom after the show where you can just click on the Zoom link and ask questions or talk to me, whatever it is you want to talk about. But those are pretty fun for me, and I always look forward to those. So yes, we'll be doing that tonight. Make sure you answer that poll question, ladies and gentlemen, there. Let me know, has the DNC convention so far changed your mind about how you are going to vote this November? I'm curious to hear. Curious. Shout out to Roger Meadows, says, is anyone else on here getting Kamala DNC text while trying to watch Sabby? Let me tell you guys something, okay? Maybe not so much the candidates, but people from their campaigns, like the campaign staffers, they watch independent media. They're watching to see what we're saying about these candidates. And I know because one of them reached out to me via email, and I'm like, are you crazy? I'm like, you fucking crazy? Why are you sending me this? Yeah. So they're paying attention to what's said over here and probably relaying that information back to the candidates. It doesn't necessarily mean the candidates are going to change their opinion one way or another on certain issues, but they are paying attention to what is being said. So just FYI. Okie doke. Let's go ahead and give a shout out to everyone who is a Sabby patron. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate all of your support. You're doing the damn thing. If you are interested in being a Sabby patron, I have 5 categories: ultimate, Sabinators. There's also Sabsters. Those guys are, chilling. And of course, there are Sabbies in the mix as well. And don't forget about members. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate all of that. I really do. And for the newbies, for those of you who are new to the show and maybe wondering, I don't do paywalled only content. So I don't do like content only for Patreon. I mean, you guys will see that when you sign up for my Patreon, because I don't believe in blocking content from people. Not everybody can afford to sign up for paywalled content. So just FYI. But I do want to give a shout out to new Sabby patrons. Over here, we call them newbies. Let's give it up for Claude Allen and Mika Bear. What an interesting name, Mika Bear. Thank you so much. Really do appreciate all of your support. Okay. And now it's that time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and show that beautiful thumbnail for you. Roll that beautiful theme or bean footage. I said theme footage. Bean footage. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of things are going down at the DNC convention. Tonight is the last night. So here's what we're going to focus on tonight. Number one, holy smokes, ladies and gentlemen, ILHAN Omar does not look happy in that picture, and you're going to find out why. There is a little bit of a rift apparently between AOC and ILHAN at the DNC convention. We're going to tell you what that is all about. ILHAN Omar has been kind of vocal here, taking jabs. Like ILHAN Omar is just like, because ILHAN Omar just won her primary election, and AIPAC, they raised, a lot of money to try to defeat her in the Democrat primary, just like they did Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. But ILHAN Omar won her primary. And it's pretty obvious that the Republican candidate is not going to beat her because she is in a blue area. Her district's pretty blue. So the reality is that she's most likely going to win the general. So now that she's won that primary, it seems like she's willing to be a little bit more vocal. We're going to get into that because she had some things to say at the DNC convention. Of course, we are going to show Kamala Harris's acceptance speech. That is tonight, and that will actually close out this whole convention. We're also going to talk a little bit about this speech that Oprah Winfrey gave, because it is filled with hypocrisy. Filled with hypocrisy. Like, I was sitting over here and I was just like, Oprah, honey, don't you owe people in Lahaina money? And shouldn't you get that figured out, Oprah? Get that figured out before you come up here calling people, about honorable and all that jazz. But we're going to talk about that a little bit. And of course, this is probably going to be one of the biggest stories of tonight at the DNC convention. The Uncommitted movement, unfortunately, has faced fierce and discriminatory rejection from Kamala Harris's team. And yes, it's not just the DNC. It's not just the Democratic Party. It is Kamala Harris's team. And I'm going to show you all of that, guys. And I have a lot to say about that. I really do not like anybody to be discriminated against. And it doesn't matter what color the person is that is doing the discrimination. You can discriminate against anybody. So we're going to get into that, and we're going to talk about what that means for a Kamala Harris presidency. But start us off right. Go ahead and smash that like button, guys. And if you're new, at some point, if you like what you see, don't forget to like, sub, and share. And we're going to get started with this jab from ILHAN Omar towards AOC. Holy smokes, ladies and gentlemen. ILHAN Omar, she gave a speech here. I want to go ahead and bring this up and shout out to the dudes at Hotspot for doing the damn thing. It says Representative ILHAN Omar throwing jabs at AOC. So she gave a speech here, and this is outside again. She's at the DNC convention here, and she is with pro-Palestinian protesters. I may have to turn up the volume a little bit for you guys because the volume is pretty low on this video. But listen to this. I want you to hear what she says.
Palestinians. It's been unconscionable for me in the last 10 months to witness my colleagues in this administration refusing to Palestinians.
Start over.
It's been unconscionable for me in the last 10 months to witness my colleagues in this administration refusing to recognize the genocidal war that is taking place in Gaza.
Okay, so what she said is that, she's basically frustrated that her colleagues in this administration, obviously in the Democratic Party, are refusing to say and basically admit about what's happening to people in Gaza. Let's continue.
To not see the mothers who have lost countless children, the babies whose dead bodies are being dug out, to not understand that working tirelessly for a ceasefire is really not a thing, and they should be ashamed of themselves for saying such. Palestinians. It has been unconscionable for me in the last 10 months to witness my colleagues in this administration refusing to recognize the genocidal war that is taking place in Gaza.
Did you notice something? Notice she used the word genocide, right? AOC is not using that word. Bernie Sanders isn't using it. Now, AOC has used it before during speeches that she's given at demonstrations, but obviously she did not say that on the stage when she had the mic in front of her at the DNC earlier this week. But notice she used the word genocide. And then this part, here comes the jab towards AOC.
Not see the mothers who have lost countless children, the babies whose dead bodies are being dug out, do not understand that working tirelessly for a ceasefire is really not a thing, and they should be ashamed of themselves.
So she said working tirelessly for a ceasefire is really not a thing, and they should be ashamed of themselves. Now, who would she be referring to, ladies and gentlemen? Let's go ahead and bring this up. Just a little reminder here in case you may have forgotten.
She is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home. She is working tirelessly to secure a ceasefire in Gaza and bringing hostages home.
A little bit of a jab there from ILHAN Omar towards AOC. As we all know, AOC is the only one who made that statement about tirelessly working on a ceasefire. And ILHAN Omar said in her speech that they should be ashamed of themselves. She's talking specifically in that discussion about AOC, who is a member of the squad with her, one of the colleagues that she's referring to. Because we all know that when AOC made that statement, that was an outright lie. But AOC has done exactly what some of us predicted that she was doing all along. She has slowly made her way into the Democrat establishment. So she went from protesting outside of Nancy Pelosi's office to getting along with Nancy Pelosi and being her friend. Next thing you know, Joe Biden wins and she gets to be so close to Joe Biden to the point where she has his right ear. Didn't anybody else think it was kind of weird how all of a sudden AOC and Joe Biden and Ed Markey made sense because her and Ed Markey worked together on the Green New Deal. But all of a sudden, Joe Biden, she's hanging out with Joe Biden when other politicians that are part of the Democratic Party can't even get a face-to-face, a one-on-one with Joe Biden. But she hasn't even been there that long. And all of a sudden, she has Joe Biden's right ear. I called it a couple years ago that AOC is on her way to becoming the next Nancy Pelosi. And I remembered I got a lot of criticism from some of my colleagues in the space about that. But it looks like I was right about AOC because I noticed what she was doing. So ILHAN Omar is calling that out, and rightfully so, because the reality is it is a lie. It is a blatant lie. The Intercept chose to highlight this. And I have some of my criticisms about The Intercept as well, because they keep losing journalists left and right because they're censoring their journalists. But nevertheless, they went on to say this. ILHAN Omar takes a swipe at AOC for praising Kamala Harris' Gaza ceasefire push. Here we go. And we'll just show a little bit of this here. As pro-Palestinian protesters gathered in Chicago to disrupt the DNC, AOC used her speech to push a talking point that Harris and the Biden administration are working to end Israel's war in Gaza. Hers was the first mention of Gaza on the DNC stage. Of course, this is the line. She's working tirelessly. The Harris campaign quickly clipped and posted a video of the moment on TikTok. Listen to this. Frankly, it is somewhat puzzling given that Vice President Harris' responsibilities don't include foreign policy. That's coming from Sarah Lee, who is the executive director of Democracy for the Arab World Now. Ultimately, the only thing we can judge by is factual evidence. And the factual evidence is that almost a year now into the war, or 10 months into the war, there has been no ceasefire. AOC's speech and its embrace by the Democratic mainstream exposed rifts on the left from the Democratic Socialists of America, the group that propelled New York Representative's meteoric rise to fellow squad member Representative ILHAN Omar. So yeah, DSA also is calling out AOC for this. And don't forget that DSA, they unendorsed AOC this time around. One of those reasons was because of her choosing to conflate anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism, and also her being against the workers when she went against the railroad workers trying to strike. It goes on to say here, the Minnesota representative, ILHAN Omar, who did not immediately respond to a request for comment, directly attacked the administration, but used AOC's turn of phrase in a thinly veiled admonishment to not understand that working tirelessly for a ceasefire is not really a thing, and they should be ashamed of themselves. So yeah, this is pretty much trending on social media. And it's not just that. There was also this speech here from ILHAN Omar at the TNC convention. Listen to this. She's going to criticize this idea about a ceasefire. Listen to this.
So if you really wanted a ceasefire, you just stop sending the weapons. It is that simple. So if you really wanted a ceasefire, you just stop sending the weapons. It is that simple.
What did I tell you? And she knows that. And I'll be honest with you, the other politicians in DC, they know it too, but they're all playing the game because, again, they want to have a political career in DC. They don't want AIPAC to put up money against them so that they can lose their primary seat. They want to continue to stay in the bubble that they're in. Now, ILHAN Omar, I will say, out of all the squad members, she tends to be a little bit more vocal than the others. She's also not quiet about calling out names, which I'm surprised she didn't mention AOC's name. So you need to think about what that means. Because in the past, I've seen her mention Richie Torres' name, and she called him out again by name. And she said, you should be ashamed of yourself, Richie Torres, what you're saying about the Palestinian people. You know, what you're doing. You should be ashamed of yourself. But notice when it came to AOC, she did not mention AOC's name. What do you think that means? Here's something I want people to think about. It was just a couple of years ago that these politicians were running for office the first time. They didn't call themselves the squad. I guess somehow we gave them that name, or the media gave them that name. But they were all running as Justice Democrats. And Justice Democrats, the strategy was to enter the Democratic Party and to take over the Democratic Party, basically push them left, right? And that did not work out well at all, because once they got in there and they got a little bit comfortable, they realized that in order to keep their seats, even though AOC said she wanted to be didn't care if she was a one-term congresswoman, but they realized that in order to keep that seat and to have a political career, that they were going to have to listen to Democrat leadership, which at that time was Nancy Pelosi. This is the reason why they chose not to force the vote for Medicare for all, because, again, they didn't want to lose their seat. I think the only one that was willing to push back was Cori Bush at first, but then Cori Bush said she received something for her district, and that's why she voted for Nancy Pelosi as speaker. So what this whole experiment has taught us is that You cannot push the Democratic Party left, and you cannot take over the Democratic Party from within the inside, because the powers that be that control the party are way too powerful, and they will find a way to remove you if they can. And they did that to Cynthia McKinney, and they did that to Dennis Kucinich. That's why right now Dennis Kucinich is running as an independent for Congress. So we have to think about that. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the first time I have seen a squad member vocally go after AOC, who out of all the squad members is the most popular one. And she is the one that is praised the most by the Democrat establishment, by the Democrat leadership. So we will continue to keep our eye on what is happening here. Again, like I said, ILHAN Omar just won her primary, so she knows now she can be a little bit more vocal, because obviously she's in a blue district, so the Republican challenger most likely is not going to beat her. So she can be a little bit more vocal. There's also the issue of the fact that Cori Bush was just ousted, and Jamal Bowman as well. And maybe ILHAN Omar might be looking around thinking, now they're trying to get rid of me. Why is it that AIPAC didn't challenge AOC? Anybody sit back and ask that question? Don't you think it's a little bit weird that they went after Cori Bush, Jamal Bowman, ILHAN Omar? I knew they wasn't going to go after Ayanna. Ayanna was always like a soft progressive. I lived in her district, I know. So I knew they weren't going to go after her, but they did not go after AOC. And AOC stood there at events and gave speeches about what was happening to the people in Gaza. Now, it took a long time to say the word genocide because protesters had to push her to do that. But the reason why AIPAC did not target AOC is, let's not forget, she hosted that webinar where she sat there with other members, one of them of AIPAC, and she hosted the webinar, and she conflated anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. And it was just basically like this lecture webinar about telling protesters what they should say and what they should not say. And that is why AIPAC did not come after her. Keep your eye on that. Again, she knows she wants to continue her political career. So this whole talk, and I think from day one, and I'll be very clear about this, folks, because you don't get to be an intern for Ted Kennedy just because you're a good student. Do you know how many people apply for those types of internships here? She was a student at Boston University. I worked at Boston University. She was not an activist. I don't know where any of this stuff came from, but she was not an activist. The way that she was described as a Justice Democrat candidate, a lot of these things were fluff. Yes, she was a bartender, but she also owned a startup. So they painted her out to be like this working class, like hero who grew up in the Bronx. She grew up in a suburb outside of New York City. Her parents started off in the Bronx, but then her dad was the president of the architecture firm that he worked at. So AOC got a better education than a lot of people that lived in the Bronx area. So just keep that in mind. Now, it's unfortunate that these things weren't explained when she was running. Because if it happened, I would have never donated money to AOC. I would have never done that. ILHAN Omar, I think, a little bit different. I don't remember her pretending to be something that she wasn't, but AOC definitely did. And the way that they portrayed her in the documentary, Knocking Down the House, where they said, oh, she was just a bartender. No, she wasn't just a bartender. She owned a startup. Yes, she also bartended, but I don't want people to sit back here and think that she came from rags to and all of a sudden just became this congressperson. That was the story that she wanted people to tell. And I've spoken with people that worked with Justice Democrats at that time and have told me to my face and during call-in episodes that it was AOC's idea to go with that story because AOC said, go with that because that sounds better. This girl was playing people since day one. Maybe ILHAN Omar is starting to see that. I don't know. We will have to wait. We will have to sit back and see. It happens, folks. It happens. Let's go to some of the comments here. All right. The Heat Inferno said bartending is not a real job. Hey, I know people that were bartenders like full time, buddy. Full time. Okay. And Elizabeth Warren is speaking right now. Let's go to it, Eric. We'll go ahead and bring it up. It should be on the second part of Type VNC. So Elizabeth Warren is speaking right now. We're going to go ahead and bring her in. Let's go ahead and bring in the snake. There are two people from my state that are speaking tonight on the stage. It's supposed to be Governor Maura Healey and Elizabeth Warren. A snake. The snakeest snake. Great. Let's go. I'm sorry, I'm laughing. We'll go ahead. Okay, so Elizabeth Warren
was protecting families as California's Attorney General. You bet. And Donald was scamming students at Trump University and trying to make money off people losing their homes.
Elizabeth Warren, you have no right to talk about anybody scamming anybody because you scammed people for years by telling people you were part Native American. You scammed people for years by telling people that you were part Native American. Didn't you benefit from that when you applied to college, by the way, by putting that on your application? Okay. See what I mean? Pot calling the kettle black.
Kamala Harris stepped up. She enforced the law. She fought the giant banks, and she delivered billions of dollars of help for families.
She didn't fight Steve Mnuchin because he donated to her campaign, so she let him get off.
And that is the difference between a criminal and a prosecutor. You know what else?
Sorry. This is a bad idea for the Democratic Party to do. And I don't know how many times I need to say this, but I said this earlier as well. Demonizing people, like the whole criminal and felon thing, you are alienating a certain base in this country. You are alienating a certain base of people in this country. And I'll tell you right now, some Black people are sitting at home and they're hearing the things that Democrat politicians are saying about Donald Trump being a felon or being a criminal, and it's not making them happy. I'll tell you that one. And they don't realize that because they don't really talk to the everyday working person, right? Not everybody that has a criminal record necessarily did something devious. Like not everyone that has a criminal record like killed someone or something like that. Some people have a criminal record because Joe Biden and his crime bills. So think about that. Some people have a felony because of that. There are people whose families were affected by Joe Biden's crime bills. So the Democratic Party, and I've seen this over and over again the past couple of weeks, this calling Donald Trump a felon and a criminal, that does not resonate well with certain populations in this country. And I think the party should be very careful about that, especially if they're trying to win over Black voters. I don't know what to tell. I'm telling you, man, completely out of touch.
What I love about Kamala, she gets it. We need to make life more affordable for working people. Yeah. Donald Trump, the felon, has no plans to lower costs for families.
Do you guys see what I'm talking about? Look, I don't even support Donald Trump. I'm not voting for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. But the felon thing, like people sitting like in the hood and a lot of working class people, they're hearing this and you're turning them off. This is what happens when you become the party of Wall Street. When you become the party of Goldman Sachs, you have forgotten about the working class. They're not even thinking. I don't know who's advising them. I don't know who wrote this speech for Elizabeth Warren, but she's not the only one. A number of them have been doing it. And that rhetoric of so-and-so is a criminal, so-and-so is a felon, that does not resonate with a particular group in this country that you need in order to win.
He doesn't know how. And basically, he doesn't really care. When did he ever fill up a gas tank or worry about a grocery bill? The only bills he worries about are from his criminal defense lawyers. But Kamala, she cares deep down, and she will take on the giant corporations that are squeezing American families. In fact, it's something she's done before. During the California wildfires, she went after the price gougers. During the pandemic, we worked together in the Senate to stop price gouging. And as president, she will lower costs for your family. She'll take on the Wall Street firms that buy up millions of houses and apartments and then jack up the rent. She'll take on drug companies that charge an arm and a leg for prescriptions. She'll take on corporate monopolies that rip off consumers and billionaires who don't pay taxes.
Let's go ahead and debunk the lie. How are you going to take on that corporate interest when a lot of the people that are sitting in that room are corporate? A lot of people have paid $500,000 for a seat. You have BlackRock advising you on the economic policy plan. 2 former BlackRock execs helping you with that. You're taking corporate money. Everyone wake up. These are campaign promises to get you to vote for them. But think about this. You really think that these corporations would donate money to Kamala Harris? You think all these billionaires that donated money to Kamala Harris would do so that she could make things more difficult for them? I don't think so.
And she'll take on right-wing extremists who think they should decide who has access to abortion or IVF. Kamala will protect abortion rights nationwide. Yeah.
There they go again, promising something that they don't know for sure can happen. And I feel like we heard this before when Joe Biden was running for president. Like, I'm sorry, you guys need to stop making that promise to people that she's going to be able to make abortion, legal again nationwide. You don't know that for sure. You can say she will try, but don't make those promises to people.
And there it is. Groceries, gas, housing, healthcare, taxes, abortion. Trust Donald Trump and JD Vance to look out for your family? Shoot, I wouldn't let those guys, I wouldn't trust them to move my couch. We need Kamala Harris. This election is about your family and your future. I've seen Kamala Harris fight. I've seen her win. And when it comes to our families and our futures, Kamala Harris is someone we can trust. So here it is, with joy in our hearts. Let's elect Kamala Harris, the next president of the United States.
Elizabeth Warren, I think, if this whole political career didn't work out for her, she probably could have been an actress. I could see her walking across that stage and accepting an Academy Award because she's a really good actress. Let me explain something a little bit to you about Elizabeth Warren and how she got in that spot to begin with. Elizabeth Warren, when she decided to run for Senate, she was running against Scott Brown. Scott Brown, Republican here in Massachusetts, but he was a Massachusetts Republican, which basically meant that he kind of wasn't a Republican. I don't know how to explain it, but it's like he was more like a moderate Republican. I don't know, but you get the point. And she was running against him, right? It was actually a pretty close race the first time that she ran for Senate. The reason why Elizabeth Warren was able to win is because she appealed to a lot of the younger voters. She was talking about how a lot of these students that went to college ended up in a lot of debt because of the student loan student loans that they took out while they were in college. So she was talking a lot about that. And that's how she won over a lot of the younger voters. And that's how she beat Scott Brown. So you got to think about where I live. I'm in the Boston area. There are a lot of colleges here. Elizabeth Warren has a house in Cambridge. She used to teach at Harvard. I'm not sure if she still teaches there anymore. But obviously, she was in an area where there's a lot of younger people. And that's how she was able to beat Scott Brown. After that, I believe Scott Brown moved to New Hampshire and ended up running for something else. I don't know. Scott got gone. But anyway, that being said, so she got in there. And then after she got in there, the next challenger for her was Jeff Deal, who was a Trump Republican in Massachusetts, which you obviously know that was not going to work over well in Massachusetts. So she won there as well. But I've been saying this for quite some time. I really think that Elizabeth Warren needs to have somebody challenge her from the left. To her left, because Elizabeth Warren, she talked a good game when she's running for office, but she's another one that once she gets in there, she goes along with Democrat establishment. And I'll give you an example. Even when it came to Israel and Gaza, I mean, it took Elizabeth Warren forever to say, we need a ceasefire. She was very quiet about this issue. People have protested right outside her house in Cambridge. People have protested Elizabeth Warren while she was at dinner in Cambridge with her husband because she wasn't saying anything about this issue. So she's another one. Like I said, this woman is a really good liar. She's a good actress. And I think she would be, if this don't work out for her in the future, I think that she would be great going into Hollywood. I'll tell you that much. I think that's the end of her speech here. Yeah. This is the woman who said that she was indigenous. This woman said she was Native American, then come to find out that wasn't true. And I'm just thinking about all the opportunities that she took away from people who actually are indigenous in this country that she received based on no like DNA evidence at that point in time or nothing. She just said, yes, well, my family members said that, you know, we were part Native American. So here's the thing. A lot of people's family members say that, man. And I think she originally grew up in Oklahoma before she moved here, right? So a lot, especially like, you know, for Black folk, a lot of our grandparents originally came from the South. And then during the Great Migration, they moved further north. So this was a common thing to hear, which is that we have Native American in our family. We have this in our family with no evidence whatsoever. But I think the difference is, unlike Elizabeth Warren, the rest of us did not put this down on applications and use it to our advantage. And Elizabeth Warren did. And that, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So when Trump calls her Pocahontas, I kind of laugh because that's ridiculous. You took opportunities away from people who actually are indigenous. And that is messed up. Bye, Liz. It's just another one. Eric, let me know let me hit live and see where they are now. Oh, okay. That's another boring woman. If you see Governor Healey, let me know. Otherwise, I'm moving on to Oprah. Okay. Yeah, that's Elizabeth Warren for you. The snake. The woman who stayed in the race through Super Tuesday, even though she knew there was no way she was going to beat Bernie or Joe Biden. And she stayed in and she really did split that vote between herself and Bernie Sanders here in Massachusetts. Some mess. Devious woman. Jay, thank you for the super chat. Sabby, please watch the clip of Chris Cuomo on the DNC floor. I'm going to play that tonight. Calling out Dems' hypocrisy about regulating the mega wealthy. Yeah, I am going to play that tonight. Thank you so much for the reminder, though. It's spot on. Yeah, we're going to play it. Thank you, NB. Now that you explained AOC's background, her personality makes sense now. She whinges, or maybe mean whines like a Karen. Yeah, man, she tried to make it seem like she grew up hood. She ain't grow up hood. Thank you for the super chat, Kata. To the question, hell no, it didn't change my mind. To answer the question, hell no, it didn't change my mind. These people spent their time bashing Trump and company. They didn't give not one policy from what I saw. Yeah, and that's still a thing, apparently. And thank you for this as well. These people spent their time bashing Trump and company, not one policy from what I saw. And Miss Warren is a joke clown. And like you said, actress, not to mention a liar about her identity. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Roger. Challenge Liz, the left. Sab, you want that seat? No, not me. I do not want to be a politician, but I do think someone should run against Elizabeth Warren, and they need to challenge her either as an independent or third party candidate to her left, because she has sold a lot of people out, man. I don't like it. Don't like it. All right. Oprah Winfrey. She was there last night. We're going to hit on a couple of parts of her speech here. She's another one, like Oprah has done some people dirty, you know, and I want to explain to you why they brought Oprah there. Oprah is there not to win over Black voters, but to win over white suburban moms. A lot of Black people don't like Oprah. I don't know if everybody know this, you know, because I think majority of my audience are white viewers, I think. I talked to you guys on the call in after the show. So I'm here to tell you something. A lot of Black people do not like Oprah. Oprah mainly appeals to white suburban moms. White people love Oprah, right? They love her. So that's one of the reasons why they have Oprah there, other than the fact that she is a celebrity, of course, but also because she's a registered independent. And that is to try to win over independents, which she tried to do during her speech last night. Let's go ahead and jump in here. Just going to fast forward a little bit because I think there's music at that part. Here we go.
We're now so fired up. We can't wait to leave here and do something. And what we're going to do is elect Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States. I am so honored to have been asked to speak on tonight's theme about what matters most to me, to you, and all of us Americans: freedom.
She's also another fake one. Let me tell you a little thing or two here about Oprah. A lot of people don't know about this. See, my family is from Baltimore, so I'm going to tell you a little something. Oprah Winfrey used to work for the radio station in Baltimore, Maryland. Oprah Winfrey did not have that voice. I don't know why when she is presenting, all of a sudden she develops this deeper voice. By the way, that's a little trick that they teach you in broadcasting as a woman, to deepen your voice so that people will take you more seriously. I took broadcast journalism in college. I'll let you know a couple tips. That's something that they teach you. But with Oprah, if you were to listen to how she sounded on the radio back then, or if you go back and you watch video clips of her when she was on the news in Chicago, you'll see the difference between her voice. All of a sudden, her voice just became very deep and da-da-da. It's an act. It's an act. And so is she. Let's continue.
There are people who want you to see our country as a nation of us against them. People who want to scare you, who want to rule you. People who'd have you believe that books are dangerous and assault rifles are safe. That there's a right way to worship and a wrong way to love. People who seek first to divide and then to conquer. But here's the thing. When we stand together, it is impossible to conquer us. In the words of an extraordinary American, the late Congressman John Lewis, he said, no matter what ship our ancestors arrived on, we are all in the same boat now.
I'm sorry. I appreciate a lot of the work that John Lewis did as an activist. But when John Lewis became a politician, things did change. And he realized that he had to get along in order to, again, have a political career, right? this statement that she gave from John Lewis is not the same today. It does not mean the same thing today. We're not all in the same boat. Some of us are given things that others are not given. And I see this and I hear about this constantly, especially right now with a lot of people, frustrations about the border crisis. I have watched our government officials, our local government officials here in Massachusetts, bring in migrants and into low-income Black communities without asking them, without their permission, kicking them out of their own rec center and housing them there. Now, granted, they were sent there by Governor Abbott and Governor DeSantis because our state was one of the ones that said they wanted to be a sanctuary state. And I get all of that. And I'm not against the people who are coming here because I know why they're coming here. They're coming here because of bad foreign policy decisions on behalf of our government and the sanctions that our government has implemented on those countries. And of course, the coups that our government has done to people in those countries. That's why they're coming here. That being said, we're not all in the same boat because anytime I'm seeing people locally and they're showing me proof that they're receiving less SNAP benefits than those who actually came here, didn't come here the legal way, and they're receiving less than them. No, we're not all in the same boat. So that statement that John Lewis made may have made more sense back then, but I think we need to start updating some of these slogans, right? Let's continue on.
Congressman Lewis knew very well how far this country has come because he was one of the brilliant Americans who helped to get us where we are. But he also knew that the work is not done. The work will never be done because freedom isn't free. America is an ongoing project. It requires commitment. It requires being open to the hard work and the heart work of democracy. And every now and then, it requires standing up to life's bullies. I know this. I've lived in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Wisconsin, Maryland, Indiana, Florida, Hawaii, Colorado, California, and and sweet home Chicago, Illinois.
Of course, right? What's interesting is the bully comment. One thing I wanted to tell you guys, Oprah, according to people in the entertainment business, you are one of those bullies. According to Taraji P. Henson, you are one of those bullies, Oprah. According to some of the people that have worked with you in production, you are one of those bullies, Oprah, trying to get people blacklisted, trying to silence people. You are one of the bullies that you speak of. But again, Oprah is really good about putting on a front.
I have actually traveled this country from the redwood forests, love those redwoods, to the Gulf Stream waters. I've seen racism and sexism and income inequality and division. I've not only seen it, at times I've been on the receiving end of it. But more often than not, what I've witnessed and experienced are human beings, both conservative and liberal, who may not agree with each other, but who'd still help you in a heartbeat if you were in trouble. These are the people who make me proud to say that I am an American. They are the best of America. And despite what some would have you think, we are not so different from our neighbors. When a house is on fire, we don't ask about the homeowner's race or religion. We don't wonder who their partner is or how they voted. No, we just try to do the best we can to save them. And if the place happens to belong to a childless cat lady,
they do that? This part was really funny. Like when she said the childless cat lady, so that's a dig there towards JD Vance when he said going after the childless cat ladies, which is, I told you guys how I feel about JD Vance. Like, it's just stupid comments. It's ridiculous. People shouldn't be punished because they're not having children. But this is the weird part. Why does the camera pan to her? Is she the childless cat lady? Is she the, where my screen's over here. Is she the childless cat lady? This woman here? Am I pointing the right way? This way. This woman here. The camera went right to her, and look at the expression on her face. I don't think she likes this so much, but I mean, it's just like, oh my God, honey.
Well, we try to get that cat out too. Because we are a country of people who work hard for the money. We wish our brothers and sisters well, and we pray for peace. We know all the old tricks and tropes that are designed to distract us from what actually matters, but we are beyond ridiculous tweets and lies and foolery. These are complicated times, people, and they require adult conversation. And I welcome those conversations because civilized debate is vital to democracy, and it is the best of America. Now, over the last couple of nights, we have all seen brave people walk onto the stage and share their most private pain. Amanda and Josh, Caitlin, Hadley, they told us their stories of rape and incest and near-death experiences from having the state deny them the abortion that their doctor explained was medically necessary. And they've told us these things for one reason, and that is to keep what happened to them from happening to anybody else. Because if you do not have autonomy over this, if you cannot control when and how you choose to bring your children into this world and how they are raised and supported, there is no American dream.
And this is what they plan on running on, you guys, right? They're going to run on a woman's right to choose. And of course, like, this is a big issue for a lot of people, but I always address it as a healthcare issue, right? Because that is still a healthcare issue. And the reality is, if you're a woman that has money or you come from money, regardless if it's banned in the US or not, you can leave the country and have this done by some of the best doctors out there. And it was that way in the past too, where women that came from wealthy families, they had the money and the resources to have an abortion, right? But women who are coming from working class families and poor families, they just don't have it. It's just the reality. So that brings up the healthcare issue again, which is why I continue to say it's a damn shame that in 2024, we don't have healthcare for everybody in this country. When you look at our partners in the West, they do have this. I've lived in countries abroad that have healthcare for everybody. And then you think about how our money is spent and that defense budget, which is over $868,000. So they always got money for war. This is how you push back on that talking point. When people ask you, how are you going to pay for it? You cut that damn defense budget. They always have money for war. They have $3.8 billion that they give to Israel every year. You cut that money. Why are we taking care of people over there and we're not taking care of people right here? That's the bigger issue.
The women and men who are battling to keep us from going back to a time of desperation and shame and stone cold fear, they are the new freedom fighters. And make no mistake, they are the best of America. I want to talk now about somebody who's not with us tonight. Tessie Prevost Williams was born in New Orleans.
We're going to hold on for a second. Don't forget that Oprah is a billionaire, right? So people pay attention to who has been on the stage during the DNC, this convention here. A lot of these people come from wealth. So when I hear a campaign say that we are going to push back on corporate greed and yada, yada, and all this stuff, and I'm seeing you bring billionaires out on the stage, I got to push back, bud. I got to push back because, like I said before, why are billionaires donating to Kamala Harris's campaign if that's who you are going to fight against? They're not going to pay you to stop them.
Not long after the Supreme Court ruled that segregated public schools were unconstitutional. That was in 1954, same year I was born. But I didn't have to head to first grade at the all-white McDonough 19 school with a U.S. Marshal by my side like Tessie did. And when I got to school, the building wasn't empty like it was for Tessie. You see, rather than allowing McDonough to be integrated, parents pulled their kids out of the school, leaving only Tessie and two other little black girls, Gail Etienne and Leona Tate, to sit in a classroom with the windows papered over to block snipers from attacking their 6-year-old bodies. Tessie passed away 6 weeks ago. And I tell this story to honor her tonight because she like Ruby Bridges and her friends, Leona and Gail, the New Orleans Four they were called. They broke barriers and they paid dearly for it. But it was the grace and guts and courage of women like Tessie Prevost Williams that paved the way for another young girl who 9 years later became part of the second class to integrate the public schools in Berkeley, California. And it seems to me that at school and at home, somebody did a beautiful job of showing this young girl how to challenge the people at the top and empower the people at the bottom. They showed her how to look at the world and see not just what is, but what can be. They instilled in her a passion for justice and freedom and the glorious fighting spirit necessary to pursue that passion.
Let me pause here for a second, because one thing I will say is Oprah is a phenomenal speaker. You know, she is the reason why I decided to study broadcast journalism in undergrad. It was Oprah Winfrey. And there were a lot of people like me that were in that boat. And we watched Oprah and she just inspired us to take that path. She was the reason. You know, later on, I started to find out some things about Oprah. And she stepped on some people to get to where she's at. Now she did some dirty stuff. She did some people dirty. And I found out about those things, right? And then you're hearing more things about, you know, Oprah finances now. Like I told you, you don't become a billionaire unless you exploit people. And as we heard from Taraji P. Henson, Oprah has been exploiting some people. So there's that. And that being said, did you see what she just did there? One of the things that she just admitted to you is that the reason why people like Kamala Harris and her parents were able to come here and immigrate to the United States is because of the fight and the struggle of the descendants of slavery in this country prior to that. Everyone really needs to understand that. The reason why people were able to immigrate to the U.S. from places like the Dominican Republic, whether it's India, Jamaica, Kamala's dad was from Jamaica, the reason why you were able to do that is because of the fight that descendants of slavery had in this country. We fought for that. Like my great-great-grandparents fought for that. The civil rights movement, they fought for that. So by the time when you got here, when Kamala's parents got here, they missed a lot of that. Don't get me wrong. They still had busing. So there was still some busing that Kamala had to deal with that for a short bit. But the bulk of the work was already done. So Oprah just made that connection. And I don't know if a lot of people that were sitting in the audience picked up on that. Because earlier in the speech, she said, we're all in the same boat, whether you were born here or you came here. And no, we're not all in the same boat. Because what I want to point out again, when it comes to Kamala Harris, and this isn't Kamala's fault, but we got to say the truth. When it comes to Kamala Harris, her parents had the money to come here as PhD students. They didn't just come here with nothing. Kamala's mother, and you can find the receipts online. Kamala's mother had the money to pay for that to pay for that education to come here. And a lot of us whose parents, my great-great-grandparents who were involved in all that fight back then, there was no generational wealth. My family had no generational wealth. You know what I mean? So her parents were able to come here and not really have to deal with student loans or any of that, and not have to deal with student loan debt. Everybody pay attention to what I'm saying. And those of us who are descendants in this country, a lot of us are the ones that have student loan debt. What does that tell you? So it's different when you already have the resources and the money when you're coming here versus when you are born here and you had no generational wealth. I don't think a lot of people put those two things together last night. Let's continue.
And soon and very soon, very soon, we're going to be teaching our daughters and sons about how this child of an Indian mother and a Jamaican father, two idealistic, energetic immigrants, how this child grew up to become the 47th president of the United States.
So everybody you see what's happening here again? So again, our struggles are not the same. This is not to say that she did not have any struggles. This is not to say her parents did not have any struggles. But what Oprah did is she found a way to make that connection to get the crowd riled up. And like I said, she's a phenomenal speaker. This is her wheelhouse. She's really great at this. But I think it is important to acknowledge, and I want to bring this up again. When you hear some people say that Kamala Harris is not Black, what they're saying is that she's not a Black American. Black Americans are a specific ethnic group. I am a Black American. Kamala Harris is not. Her dad is from Jamaica. Her mom is from India. Whatever. It is what it is. But there is a difference with the ethnic groups, and there is a different struggle. It's a lot easier to rise to that success when your parents came here with money. They came here with something. A lot of us born here, my parents didn't have it. My grandparents didn't have it. So you were already starting off ahead of a lot of us that are descendants of slavery because your parents came here and jumped into a PhD program. It's not like they came here and they were like working at a restaurant or something like that and just let me try to find the American dream. No, they came here as PhD students. They were already ahead of my parents and my grandparents. So does everybody understand? The struggle is not the same. Let's fast forward a little bit here when she gets into the independent part here. I think it's around about here.
Again and again and again, because I'm an American and that's what Americans do. Futures
right
to
here.
Look like. There are choices to be made when we cast our ballot. Now, there's a certain candidate that says if we just go to the polls this one time, that we'll never have to do it again. Well, you know what? You're looking at a registered independent who's proud to vote again and again and again because I'm an American and that's what Americans do.
So if you don't vote, you're not an American? The majority of Americans don't vote. So I don't know. Nobody else caught that. Nobody else caught that. That's what Americans do, according to Oprah, but majority of Americans don't vote.
Voting is the best of America. And I have always, since I was eligible to vote, I've always voted my values. And that is what is needed in this election now more than ever.
No, what's needed in this election now more than ever is for people to be voting based on policy, because a lot of people voted based on vibes and values in 2020. And then you guys were really pissed at Joe. You guys are really pissed at Joe. People need to be voting based on policy. If more people would have voted based on policy in 2020, I would argue that Bernie Sanders would have beaten Joe Biden in that primary. But no, people were voting based on vibes. Jim Clyburn told you Joe knows us and we know Joe. Everybody just fell in line, like all these types of things. And it really upsets me when I see people vote against their own wishes. Like, people will sit up there and tell me, yes, I think we should have Medicare for all. Yeah, I think that, we need to have a living wage. And then they'll vote for the candidate that is against all that. Because they're like, oh, but I like that person. I like their personality. People are out here voting based on vibes, boo. Like, this is wild. This is what's happening with a lot of the Kamala supporters. People have these memes of the coconut trees and all this kind of stuff. Kamala Harris has no platform, no policy platform on her website, even today. Still, no policy platform. And all these people just jumped on board. It's all vibes, bro. It's all vibes. Ay, ay, ay.
Calling on all you independents and all you undecideds. Uh-oh. You know this is true. You know I'm telling you the truth, that values and character matter most of all. In leadership and in life. And more than anything, you know this is true, that decency and respect are on the ballot in 2024.
Respect is on the ballot in 2024. And that'll bring me to my next story about what happened to the uncommitted voters. But I want to show you this, right? So Oprah says you should vote based on your values, and we got to vote based on, respect and all that kind of stuff. But based on what I've seen from Donald Trump and from Kamala Harris, I don't see either of that. I don't see the respect. I don't see no values. Kamala is just as bad as Donald Trump on different issues, and she's a little bit more covert about that. And people ask me, like, why are you going to support Jill Stein? Why are you voting third party? Because both of these parties are corporate and corrupt. That's why. And because I'm voting based on a policy platform. When I look at Jill Stein's policy platform, that's what I want. I want a healthcare system that we have healthcare for everybody in this country. I want that. I want reparations. I want those things. I want an education system, a decent education system for everyone in this country, regardless of what your zip code is. So I vote based on policy. The last time I voted based on vibes, look at where we ended up. There was the 2008 housing crisis. And that president, Barack Obama, bailed out Wall Street instead of the American people. But in particular, when it comes to the Democratic Party, they really need the Black vote in order to win. So I want to show you something here from Claude Anderson, Dr. Claude Anderson. He's going to tell you why you can't just continue to do this. You can't just continue to give them your vote when they're not meeting your demands. Listen to this.
Democratic Party has never explained to Black people in this country that they're going to practice politics based on the simple premise of what politics is in place for. Politics is a process that decides who will get what benefits out of life. And who's going to get it and how they're going to get it. And yet the Democratic Party has never told Black folk that. And so what you should be voting for out there is not for a political candidate based on his personality. Well, I like this candidate for this reason. I like that for that reason. You should be saying, I want to pick the person who's going to provide the most benefits to Black people. If they're not going to provide any benefits to Black folk, why are you voting? If you go to the supermarket and you go in there and you starve to death. You need some groceries. You go to the supermarket, walk up to the cashier and give him $50. Say, I'm buying $50 worth of food, and you don't have to give me anything for it. Just take the $50 and I'm going back by my business. See, that's what the Democrats are doing. And black people don't understand that the Democratic Party has never, ever done anything in the history of this nation to be effectively do something for black folk. Democratic Party is negligent. They're using black folk to pimp and hustle black folk. Why am I saying that? Because the Democratic Party right now is made up, their voting strength comes from black people. Black people make up about 38 to 40% of the Democratic Party. And yet they never get anything out of it. Not one penny is sent to black folk to repay them for putting a candidate in office. Now, black folk want to play and win. As I said, they should get out of both parties and go start their own party. Quit running around voting for people based on personalities. And because he's associated with this, he's associated with that. If you haven't done anything for black folk in approvable, measurable terms to elevate the quality of life and the wealth holding for black folk, don't vote for them. Don't vote for anybody who won't support you. And so right now, don't listen to the ministers or civil rights leaders or any water-leg politicians that won't stand up for you.
Dr. Claude Anderson, dropping the mic, keeping it real, keeping it 100. Thank you so much for that. Again, you're not getting anything out of your vote, so why continue to do that? Maura Healey, Eric, you said she's on. We are going back to the DNC convention and we're picking up my governor, Governor Maura Healey. Let's see what she is talking about. Knows what's going on there. Eric, you can bring it up whenever you're, oh, it's already here. Okay. Oh, she was there. Oh, here we go. Oh, they have some guys singing. Hold on. All right, let's bring it in. I just want to get it right to the part where she comes up because I don't want you to have to watch something that has nothing to do with. All right, let's go ahead and bring in my bougie governor here, Maura Healey. Let's hear what she got to say. Just pause it for the music. There we go.
For the people. Those three words define the role of a prosecutor. To serve not only our clients in the courtroom, but our community and our country. To give people a sense of security and safeguard the principles that hold our nation together. To stand up to abusers and bullies, and stand up for the voiceless and the vulnerable. In other words, exactly what Kamala Harris has done her whole life. When she was DA, mothers of children who'd been murdered, whose cases had gone cold, would come to her office saying, "I'll only speak to Kamala," because they knew she would listen, because they knew she would help them find justice.
I just want to introduce this for some of you who may not be familiar. Maura Healey, again, she's my governor here in Massachusetts. Yeah, she's very corporate. I don't know if you think she is very corporate, but she signed some good things into law. Like she did, actually, this was recently, she signed, oh no, that might have been the year before. She did sign the approval for the free school lunch here in Massachusetts, which that was done through the millionaire tax. So they tax the millionaires, the wealth tax, and they're using that to give all the kids free school lunch. She did sign that. She also signed that housing initiative, which basically says that if your home is foreclosed, the value of that home, you would still get the value of it, whereas before you could not. But she's very corporate.
And she did. That's the Kamala Harris I know. A few weeks ago in Massachusetts, I watched a little girl meet the vice president. Her eyes were so wide, as open as the future. Kamala asked her about the summer, her basketball camp, and what position she likes to play. The little girl said to her, "Anything but defense." Kamala put her hand on her shoulder and replied, Me too. I love offense.
That was so corny. That was so, and I'm sorry, guys, for those of you who don't live here in Massachusetts. We can do better. Sometimes I think we need a little bit more flavor, a little bit more spice. We could do better. We could do better. Yes, we're here, Travis. Didn't know there were Black folk in Massachusetts. Yes, we are here. We are here, alive and kicking.
That's what it means to be for the people. Kamala Harris fights for all Americans. She stays on offense and she wins. And I know that she'll fight with the same passion, the same determination as President of the United States.
You probably could have given a better example, Maura. That was kind of lame. I'm sorry. You probably could have given a better example. It's not just me and New Edition. I swear. It's not just me and New Edition. There was actually a Facebook group right before I moved to Boston called Black People Do Live in Boston. Damn it. I don't think that group is up anymore. This was years ago. But it was really funny. A girl from Boston, she went to Howard University and nobody believed that there were Black people in Boston. So she created that Facebook group called Black People Do Live in Boston. Damn it. Yeah, please don't be disappointed. Maura Healey does not represent the rest of the state.
I can't wait to see her prosecute the case against Donald Trump on the debate stage in September.
Oh, boy.
We face a stark choice in this election: a felon and con man or a dedicated prosecutor. The contrast between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris is clear. He obstructs justice. She upholds it. He swindles people. She serves them. He thinks he's above the law. She actually understands the law.
She let Steve Mnuchin go. She did not prosecute Steve Mnuchin because he donated to her campaign. And Donald Trump's family also donated to Kamala Harris's campaign as well. So not her presidential campaign. This is prior. But it just, I don't like, oh my God.
That's what this election comes down to. One candidate who's out for himself, or Kamala Harris for the people. It's a battle for the future of our nation. And tonight, we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Kamala Harris she must be the next President of the United States. Thank you.
You guys haven't proved that. All you're doing is telling me that she's not Donald Trump, but you're not making the case for why Kamala Harris should be the person. I'm not hearing anything about no policies, the platform. Like, why aren't you talking about the economy? Why aren't they talking about inflation? You say you're going to fix the high costs. How are you going to do that? How? Are people asking these questions? We need to know. I can stand up there and tell you, hey guys, I am going to do A through Z and not even tell you how, and people just believe it. I mean, we should be asking how? Don't you need Congress for some of these things? You need to explain this to the people. Otherwise, people are going to turn on you just like we did on Joe Biden. A lot of us people were like, a lot of people were happy that Trump was gone. And they were like, well, we don't really care for Biden, but at least Trump is gone. And then because Joe Biden didn't explain to people how he was going to accomplish some of these things, people started to turn. And so you need to explain that. It needs to be explained. Let's go to Uncommitted. This is something that also I think needs to be corrected and is absolutely embarrassing for the Democratic Party. The Uncommitted movement, which I've had criticism towards because I don't think that you should endorse Kamala Harris without receiving some type of concession. I don't think that you should think the Democratic Party is going to stop arming Israel. I don't think you should believe that from the Democratic Party or from the Republican Party. And the Uncommitted movement, that has always been their goal, to end up backing the Democratic Party in the end, hoping that they would get those concessions, and they have not received those concessions. And then later on last night, it was brought to my attention that the Uncommitted movement has been informed by the Harris campaign that they will not allow a Palestinian American to speak on the main stage. Now, this is after they allowed parents of the U.S. hostage in Gaza, Hirsch Goldberg, Poland, to speak on the main stage. So they allowed Jewish parents to speak. I'm going to show you what they say.
In an inflamed Middle East, we know the one thing that can most immediately release pressure and bring calm to the entire region: a deal that brings this diverse group of 109 hostages home and ends the suffering of the innocent civilians in Gaza. The time is now.
Notice that he said to also end the suffering of the civilians in Gaza.
Hirsch, if you can hear us, we love you. Stay strong. Survive.
Bring them home. In an inflamed.
So they received the opportunity to speak on the main stage, right? So here's the problem. Abbas Alaway, now he is one of the co-founders of the Uncommitted movement. He's been very vocal. You've probably seen him on corporate media. He said, "No is not an acceptable answer. Please reconsider. We're being extremely reasonable. I'm waiting for the call from Vice President's team. I can't go anywhere until the Vice President agrees to have a Palestinian American speak from the stage. I'm waiting for the call." Let me highlight something here. We're being extremely reasonable. And that's part of the problem. And I got to call this out. You cannot reason with political parties that are aiding and funding and supporting a genocide. You can't reason with that. You can't reason with them. And this idea that because Joe Biden stepped aside and Kamala Harris became the nominee, who was selected, by the way, nobody voted for her in the 2024 Democrat primary. It was wrong to assume that she would meet your demands, and you decided to endorse her without getting any concessions. I don't give a damn what she said to you in private. I don't care what she told you behind closed doors. I'm looking at what she said to the public. I'm looking at where her money is coming from. I'm looking at who she's connected to. I'm looking at the statements that she's made publicly about the pro-Palestinian protesters, calling them anti-Semitic. I'm looking at that. So I don't care whatever she said to you in private. That is irrelevant at this point in time. She can always just turn the other cheek and say that she did not say that. You cannot reason with genocidal parties, period. I believe from day one, this movement was too nice. And anytime I'm looking around and I'm seeing people lose entire family lines, and Abbas and the other co-founder of the Uncommitted movement, I guess, decided to speak for everybody else. And I interviewed a gentleman from the Uncommitted movement who said he didn't appreciate, look on my channel, you'll find it. He didn't appreciate them making a statement for everybody in the movement and just going and endorsing Kamala without bringing this back home to the people. Now, Abbas is a DNC delegate. So when you said uncommitted from day one, they always planned on, or at least he always planned on endorsing the Democratic Party. He just wanted a different candidate. And I guess he thought Kamala was going to be that person and things are going to swoop around. But she was not that person because she's just as much corporate and corrupt as Joe Biden. So as I said before, there's a reason why he chose her to be a part of his administration. They agree on certain issues, particularly when it comes to Israel. So you can't reason with these people. So they decided to protest. They hosted a sit-in. It says uncommitted delegates stage a protest sit-in outside the United Center of night 3 of the DNC. So they hosted a sit-in here, and they weren't leaving until Kamala Harris agreed to allow a Palestinian American speak on the main stage. Listen to this.
I saw you went to what? Did you tell them? Did you tell them what we're going through? Can you get them to stop? And she knows I'm among my siblings, among the uncommitted national movement that has been pushing for the bombs to stop. When I talked to her 2 days ago, she said, your dad tells me you've been going on TV a lot, telling them to stop the bombs. Do you think they're gonna listen? And as she was telling me that, she was grateful. She said, at least I can go to Beirut and stay with your uncle for a little while. Hopefully they'll stop by Saturday or Sunday. She makes up arbitrary days and says, maybe it'll stop. She's been telling me how she sleeps with her shoes under her pillow. That way, in case the bomb drops, she has something on her feet when she runs. I have a responsibility. I'm an American, proud to be a Democrat. I have a responsibility to my aunt to push for the same thing I'm sure any of my Democratic colleagues, any of the fellow staffers that I have served with in the United States Capitol, to push for a very reasonable request that our government stop sending the bombs that are being used to kill our family members.
And that request and that demand should be met. And that demand should have been met before you endorsed Kamala Harris. And I said this going back to when Amal came onto the show. I said that back then they had already given the endorsement before she committed to not sending weapons to Israel. And till this day, her campaign is still saying she is not going to refuse weapons to Israel, and she's not even going to consider conditioning giving weapons to Israel. So I hope everybody realizes that when it comes to Israel, Kamala is not going to be different. Ilhan Omar showed up at the sit-in here. This was later on, again, because from what I understand, they refused to leave until, something was met. So here's Ilhan here.
Let's be clear. The most honorable Congresswoman from Minnesota's 5th Congressional District, Democratic Congresswoman ILHAN Omar is here.
So let me just say something here, guys. There's nothing that makes me feel more uncomfortable than to see someone begging. And that's what I saw last night on Twitter, seeing them beg. And I gotta say this. As someone who has supported the pro-Palestinian movement, someone who has marched and protested in the streets, someone who has covered those protests, someone who has been talking about this issue, what has been happening to the Palestinian people since the very first year I started this show, I have to say this with the Uncommitted movement, not the Abandon Harris movement. That's a separate group because they doing something different. You, Abbas, DNC delegate, here's what you need to do. You need to unendorse Kamala Harris and you need to endorse Jill Stein. Because I got to say this. There is nothing worse. I'm watching all the begging that I saw last night on Twitter. Please and help and please. And no, it was giving me Keith Sweat vibes. And I really just felt like I was hearing that Keith Sweat song. There you go, telling me no again. There you go. Please, please, baby, please, please. I can't. You need to unendorse Kamala Harris and you need to endorse Jill Stein. You need to endorse the candidate that you don't have to beg to speak to. You need to endorse the candidate that's going to tell you how she feels about what the IDF is doing to your people in public and not in private behind these damn closed doors. You need to endorse the candidate that is not afraid to stand up to the military industrial complex. Now, I know you might want to keep your little delegate spot, but at this point, this is embarrassing. It is absolutely embarrassing. Do not beg these people. You do not owe them your vote. I ain't never seen nothing like this before. This is sad. This is very sad. You don't owe this woman anything. And if it were me, number one, I would have never endorsed her without getting any concessions. Number two, the moment she told you to your face, no Palestinian American will speak on the main stage. Excuse me. First of all, that's discrimination. No, I'm gonna call it like I see it. That's discrimination. They're not saying this person can't speak because they're not qualified. They're not saying the person can't speak because they haven't been vetted. They're saying the person cannot speak because they are Palestinian. And they went on to say they think it may cause more division. You don't think this is division right now, Kamala Harris? Because I'll keep it real. You don't sit up there and you allow the other side to speak on the main stage, but you don't allow the Palestinian American to speak on the main stage. Either both sides get to speak or none speak at all. That is how you are fair. That's straight up discrimination. And I wouldn't be sitting out there crying, God damn it. I would call it what it is. All those cameras in your face right now, you turn to the camera and you tell them the party that claims to welcome everyone, regardless of your race, your ethnicity, your creed, your religion, that party is discriminating against me and my people because we are Palestinian American. And that's what you do. I'm gonna need for people to have some balls. Like I can't. You don't see Abandon Harris doing this. They came out publicly a couple days ago and said, no, we are abandoning you. Because let me show you what they're doing, right? Let me show you what's happening right now. Because see, AOC, she thinks she's slick. AOC, now she comes out and she says, just as we must honor the humanity of the hostages, so too must we center the humanity of the 40,000 Palestinians, killed under Israeli bombardment. To deny that story is to participate in the dehumanization of Palestinians. The DNC must change course and affirm our shared humanity. Okay. So she tweeted this last night, right? So I came one back at her. Excuse me. Why didn't you say this the other night when you had the mic? Instead, you told that blatant lie about tirelessly working towards a ceasefire. Why do you always mention Palestinians last? Why? You see what they're doing? So you had the mic, AOC. So she puts out that tweet, and then she decides, I guess word got out that ILHAN Omar was there with the people. So she decides to call them on video phone. Watch this.
I think it is really important for us to send this message of shared humanity, and that the request isn't that large. It's important to emphasize that this is not even in any way an irrational thing to ask for. It's a basic thing to ask for.
Congresswoman is emphasizing that this is about our shared humanity and that this is not a large request. That is a very basic and reasonable request. I'm sorry, Congressman, I'm paraphrasing. I can't memorize everything. I'm tired. I want to leave. I want to leave. Tell him to call so we can leave.
Everybody see this? See this? So he said, I want to leave. Tell them to call so we can leave, right? This doesn't feel like a fight to me. And look, I've been doing this for quite some time, activism. And sometimes in the activism community, there are some that you can tell they're about the groundwork and just getting things done, whether there's a camera around or not. But from this particular individual here, I think he likes the spotlight. And sometimes that happens. Let's see. Went on a little bit here. Hold on.
The Congresswoman is emphasizing what we as uncommitted delegates know, that being in the streets is important, and thankfully our movement is strong and it's being paired with pressure from the inside.
So that was AOC on the video call telling him that they were trying to do everything that they could on the inside.
Thank you, Congressman. What the Congressman is saying is that when it comes to having a Palestinian American speak at the DNC, just because no was the DNC's initial answer, that does not mean we will accept it as a final answer.
Okay. So let's see how that panned out. Right. So there was a little bit more hope there. Right. So here was the update. Eventually, Kamala Harris's campaign did get in touch, and this was the response. Update. Uncommitted leader Abbas says they've received new word from the Harris camp, which is aware of the sit-down demonstration. Kamala Harris's campaign message: a speaker is not happening. Would something else work? Would you be open to a private meeting? Let me highlight this. A speaker is not happening. Would something else work? Would you be open to a private meeting? At this point, Kamala Harris is treating the uncommitted movement like a secret boyfriend. Let me show you what I mean. Secret boyfriend says, let's go to the movies, or excuse me. Secret boyfriend says, hey, babe, let's go to the movies. Girlfriend says, oh, I don't really feel like going to the movies. Why don't we just stay at home and let it just be just the two of us? Don't you want it to just be the two of us? I don't want to go to the movies because, then we have to try to find our seats in the dark and we have to stand in line and wait for the food. We have popcorn here. Come on, babe, let's just stay home and let it just be just the two of us alone. Kamala Harris is behaving that way to the uncommitted movement. She's treating them like a secret boyfriend. Let's talk in private. Let's not have any conversations in public for people to see. Let's talk behind closed doors. Speaker's not happening. Which goes to show you that Kamala Harris does not want any engagement with them in public. This goes back to the rally that happened in Michigan when she told those protesters, you want Trump, keep at it. Otherwise, I'm speaking. I told you that before that rally, she spoke to them privately and said that she was open to an arms embargo. At least that's what the protesters said. Yeah, that was in private. In public, you saw the way she responded to them. So Kamala Harris, she kind of trying to play both sides, because publicly her campaign is saying, no, we don't support an arms embargo and we don't support conditioning any type of aid to Israel. But in private, she's telling them that she could be open to it, and she's getting their hopes up. They are the secret boyfriend. Would something else work? That's discrimination, you guys. This is the Democratic Party. I thought this only happened with conservatives, right? So this goes back to overt and covert, right? It's a lot easier for people to point out racism or bigotry on the conservative side because it tends to be more overt, right? So if Donald Trump is on stage and he says something like, get those people out of our country, that kind of thing, that's more overt. But on the liberal side of things, there can also be racism and bigotry, but it's usually a little bit more subtle. Notice Kamala Harris is not doing this in public. It all has to be private. It reminds me of some of, the hoity-toity liberals, particularly here in the Northeast a lot. It's like they'll have like a Black Lives Matter sign like in their apartment or their condo or in the front yard of their house. But there are also like the ones that'll call the cops if they see me or someone that looks like me walking through their neighborhood. The little covert kind of shit. Or like you move into the house next door to them and let's say I moved into the house next door to them and they're really like kind of nice towards your face, like, oh, hi. And then they say to the other one, particularly with the women, say to the other neighbor, like, oh my God, are there more of them coming? I mean, I was okay with like the one family that moved in down the street around the corner, but this is the third one. I mean, are more coming? I hope not, because I don't want the property value of my house to go down. I know. Shh, here she comes. Hi. That's the covert way. But it happens on both sides. Now, Mehdi Hasan, he did meet with them. Where I think Medea was there too. Let me show you Medea, because Code Pink was there with them as well. And she said, stop silencing Palestinian voices. Listen to this.
So we just spent the night here in front of the Democratic National Convention in solidarity with the Palestinians and others who are here asking for the most minimal request that they get 5 minutes on the floor to speak to the issues of what's happening in Gaza. So far, the party has refused. It was very cold and we're tired, but what's profound is that everyone had a voice at the convention. Republicans, the family that has a hostage members, everyone has had a voice, but the Palestinians. And in this moment in history, when the most profound thing that is happening is a genocide on the Palestinian people, and the Democratic Party can't open their tent big enough to have a Palestinian voice for, they said even 2 minutes, I don't understand.
Palestinians are restricted. This is a type of fascism where the word Palestine is considered a negative, where you can lose your job if you support Palestinian human rights. And the Democrats support this.
We're just very shocked and ashamed that the Democrats are doing this to the Palestinian Americans and all of us who have been showing our compassion and our love for the people in Palestine. To have the Democrats just slap them in the face and say, your voice not only doesn't matter, your voice won't be heard.
And this is just the beginning, because this shows you what her presidency will be like, right? Let's go to part 2 here, Eric, of Tight VNC, because I have something to show you from Mehdi Hassan. He had the opportunity to interview one of the Uncommitted supporters. Let's bring this up here. Before we get to Mehdi, I forgot about this part. Some of those protesters, after this was announced, they were protesting outside of Kamala Harris's hotel in Chicago for a 1 a.m. wake-up call. Banners say, "Killer Kamala, Gaza speaks." Look at this.
Over 180,000 Palestinians have been murdered by Israel in Gaza. Over 180,000 Palestinians.
So they found out where Kamala was staying. They found out her accommodations, which is interesting. But Mehdi Hassan here, he came forward and he was talking to, let's go ahead and bring this up here. He was speaking to Palestinian American lawmaker Ruwa for Georgia, and she is the one who I believe was supposed to be the speaker, right? So listen to this.
Ruwa, you are a member of the House of Representatives. You're a Democratic lawmaker. What do you both say? What do you say as a representative, elected representative, to, I'm sure, many Palestinian Americans who come up to you and say, what are you doing in that party? We're invisible to that party. We're not represented. They don't care about us. What do you say to them?
I'm going to be honest with you. I really thought I could take something back after this week. Yeah.
You hear that? She said, I really thought I could take something back after this week. Palestinian American, elected official.
And now I don't know what I'm going to say to them. I really don't, because, none of us expect to change 80 years worth of policy, in the course of a single election cycle. That is absolutely not the, current ask. That is not what is being demanded. What is being demanded at the most basic fundamental level is that for those of us who have given so much for this party, because again, I've been an organizer for 10 years, 8 years longer than I've been an elected official. I have knocked doors. I personally knocked doors for President Biden in Forsyth County in the cold on my own, because I firmly believe that we could not have Trump again. Yeah. I am somebody who's turned out, at this point, tens of thousands of voters for the party. I'm in a swing state, and I've done it consistently. And when somebody tells me, what are you doing in that party? I used to be able to say, this is the only party, the only one that at least strives to do the right thing. No, but there is no singular perfect party. But our tent is big enough that I can see myself in it, and that it matches my values of striving to be the best that we can be.
And ladies and gentlemen, what you just heard her say there, that is the reason why I don't canvass for politicians. Because for those of us that are part of the grassroots, that are on the ground, that do the canvassing, that are knocking on the doors and all of that jazz, we're the ones that are usually ignored when those politicians get into office and they don't do, or they don't fulfill the promises that they made. So a lot of us that did that for Bernie and for members of the squad, once they got elected, well, Bernie just went back to the Senate, but once they got elected, they didn't want anything to do with any of us. And they didn't want us to hold them accountable either. It's just the weirdest, the ego comes into play. And then they get mad when you don't turn out to do it again. Now, this woman right here, who was supposed to be the one that was chosen to be the speaker for the group, who is an elected official, she said, and she goes on to say this on her Twitter page, one of the things that she said is that her speech said that they support Kamala Harris and they've endorsed Kamala Harris. And Kamala's team doesn't even want them to say that. They don't want them to have a voice on the stage at all. So let's talk about censorship and suppression. because this is the first step of what you could see in Kamala's administration and also Trump's administration. But right now, Kamala's the one that's doing this, which is that this is the first step to silence Palestinian voices. The first step, you can't speak on the stage. Now, I've watched all different races and ethnicities walk across the DNC main stage and give a speech. I've even seen Republicans at the DNC convention giving a speech. Everybody is welcome except for a Palestinian American. And that is bigotry and that is discrimination. Now, Democratic Party, if you say that you're so much different from the Republican Party when it comes to the social issues, this could be a quick, easy fix for you and allow a Palestinian American, particularly this woman who was chosen by the group, to be able to speak and address to people on the main stage. Otherwise, you really can't be pointing to Donald Trump and the Republicans right now about the bigotry because you're doing the same thing, boo. It was a big mistake for them to endorse Kamala Harris. A big, big mistake. And to show you how people at the DNC convention feel about even hearing about what they're going through, look at this. DNC attendees cover their ears as the names of dead Palestinian children are read as they leave the convention. So when the Harris administration, the Harris campaign, when they say, we don't want to let you speak because this could cause division, they're worried about their wealthy donors. They're worried about the people that are sitting in those seats that have paid thousands of dollars for those seats. That's who they don't want to piss off. Watch the way they react to hearing the names of dead Palestinian children. Watch this.
The blood of these children is on your hands. 13 years old. Sama Abu Lid.
Say it again. Say it again. Mock them again. Mock the children again. Do it again. Do it again.
18 years old.
See this? What's funny about that? Watch this.
The children again. Do it again. Do it again.
18 years old.
Why is that funny? Why is this a joke? Does everybody see the problem that we have in this country? Why is that funny? You think genocide is a joke? No, you just want to mingle with the important people. You want to be able to say you went to the DNC convention and you got to see Oprah speak. You want to mingle with other influencers, or he could be an influencer himself. You want to be inside that DNC, circle so bad that you would mock the death of children?
$15 years old. Yusuf Hassan. 8 years old. Turn around and join the uncommitted delegates in the protest.
That woman right there. This is This is a lot of. You see what I mean? You see the problem? These people are so out of touch. Look, because let's keep it real. I don't see no poor people going to the DNC convention. You have to pay for these tickets. But no, this is the party that cares and loves everybody. Loves everybody. If it was the other way around, and if Donald Trump's administration was in charge right now, and Donald Trump said that a Palestinian American couldn't speak on the stage, the Democratic Party would have turned this into a media heyday and would have called him racist and sexist and a bigot and all these types of things. But because the Democratic Party is doing it, it's approved. Leave the cult. Start thinking for yourself. This is such a mess. Such a mess. Okay, go ahead and smash that like button, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're new, don't forget to like, sub, and share. And now it's time for the call out story. This was also revealed at the CNN and at the convention. Geez, this was revealed in multiple places, but here we go. I told you guys that they were lying about the job numbers. I've been saying this for over a year because I actually talk to people on the ground and I don't just listen to corporate media and go by what they say. And I knew a number of people over and over again were being laid off. All these companies laying off hundreds of people one at a time, Well, believe it or not, even CNN is admitting that the Biden administration lied about job creation. CNN and Fox News. Of course, I expect it from Fox. Didn't expect it from CNN. Listen to this.
Some breaking news in the CNN right now. The job growth has been far weaker in the U.S. than originally reported. That is according to new data just coming in this morning. Let's get right to CNN's Matt Egan. What's the headline, Matt?
Jim, 818,000 fewer jobs were added during the period between April 2023 and March of this year. We were bracing for these revisions to come out and show that job growth was weaker, and that is what we got. This is probably on the high end of the expectations. Some of the forecasters had been saying probably around few 100,000 jobs. Goldman Sachs had said maybe up to 1 million. So this is on the higher end. We're seeing some of the biggest revisions downward in sectors that include manufacturing, leisure and hospitality, professional and business services. Of course, some sectors actually added more jobs than were previously known. Private education, health services, transportation and warehousing. We look at the market, not a massive reaction from the market. I think that's in part because this is somewhat backwards looking data. What investors really care about is what happens next. And these numbers out today, they do support the idea that the jobs market has been weaker than we previously thought and that it has been slowing down. That makes sense because we know the Fed has been working hard to slow the economy down as it tries to fight inflation. So I do think that the fact that the economy had more than 800,000 fewer jobs than previously known supports the idea that the Fed is going to start cutting interest rates next month. The question still remains whether or not it's a 1/4 point or a larger interest rate cut. But either way, it's going to lower mortgage rates, credit card rates, and car loan rates. Jim?
Yeah, all of these data points are very important, and you have to think it's all being taken into consideration for that critical decision that's coming from the Fed. Matt Egan, thank you very much.
Long story short, ladies and gentlemen, sounds like they were cooking the books. I told you, because notice how they never told you what sector these jobs were created in. They never even gave you like even just one sector at all. Like they could have said, we created 1,000 jobs in technology and we created 2,000 jobs in food and service industry. Like they never told you what jobs were created. They didn't say if these were temp jobs, if these were contract jobs. And so, of course, you know, Fox News was also at the DNC convention and they had a field day with this one. Yikes.
They say the economy's great. Just look at the jobs numbers. Well, we did, and they disappeared. A new report by the federal government reveals that the Biden-Harris administration overcounted the number of new jobs this year by almost 1 million. 800,000 jobs. Joe and Kamala say they created, poof, gone, never actually existed.
The Harris-Biden administration has been caught fraudulently manipulating job statistics to hide the true extent of the economic ruin that they've inflicted on America. They built them up so that they could say what a wonderful job they're doing. No, we've never had numbers like this. They don't exist. They thought they could do it sometime after, you know, we have an election coming up very quickly, but they wanted this to come out after November 5th.
The last time jobs disappeared this quickly was when Obama was president in 2009, when hope was the policy. Biden's own commerce secretary, totally unaware.
When you hear that, do you potentially think that this new numbers could be a liability for this campaign?
No, when I hear that, first of all, I don't believe it because I've never heard Donald Trump say anything truthful.
It is, though, from the Bureau of Labor.
I'm not familiar with that.
Get this, guys, that is horrible. So she dismissed it because she said, well, Donald Trump's not telling the truth. And so the commentator tried to tell her, well, no, this is from the Bureau of Labor. And she's like, well, I don't really know what that's about. Oh, of course not.
The Democrats are now lying about lying. What does that say about the true state of the economy? Stuart Varney is the host of Varney and Company, and he's up very late.
I am indeed.
So what does this say about the true state of the economy? It probably makes sense now why a lot of people say things aren't as good as the Democrats claim they are.
No, that's absolutely true. It isn't. They are not as good as things are supposed to be, as the way they tell it. It's going to be interesting to see how Kamala pivots on this. How do you reverse the idea, oh, we've got a great booming economy, but you don't? How are you going to reverse that? How do you pivot out of it? They get everything wrong on the economy. They said inflation is transitory. No, it's not. It was a peak in their period. They got lots of jobs created. No, not as many as you said. The border, it's under control. No, it's not. America is respected. No, it's not. How is she going to pivot with these lousy jobs numbers to show that we really do have a good economy? You can't do that pivot.
You know how she pivots?
Deny it.
You know how she pivots? She doesn't talk about the economy. That's how she pivots.
But it's going to come up in the debate, and the debate is just around the corner. Actually, the first debate is in, I think it's the first or second week of September. It's just around the corner, so that is going to come up.
By not talking about it. And a lot of these jobs were from foreign-born workers, the ones they say they created.
Now, take this forward for a second. How are you going to raise taxes? How are you going to clamp down on excess profits? How are you going to clamp down on prices when the economy is slowing like this? How are you going to do that? Kamala Harris's program is raise taxes, hit business. How do you do that when business is declining? You're going to head us straight into a recession.
Business is declining, and then she's also going to wave her magic wand and say the bacon costs $4.50 now. I mean, how do you cap prices? What kind?
Well, okay, now Jesse is being disingenuous because Richard Nixon did this. Richard Nixon stopped price gouging. So come on, Jesse. Come on. You on Fox. You should know more about this than me. So there is that. And it brings me to this point here, which is that, again, that's going to come up during the debate. So they're going to have to talk about the economy. But it sounded like to me that they were basically cooking the books. But I told you, if people would leave their studios and they actually talk to people on the street, go into some of these neighborhoods that you may not feel comfortable going into, get outside of your class bubble, and you talk to those people, and you would know what the real job market is like. And I know it. Like, there's been a number of people that told me how many jobs that they've applied for. They haven't gotten any of these jobs. So I said that about the economy, but people aren't even thinking about that, because check this out, guys. A lot of times these people are voting for Kamala. They don't even know why. Look at this. This was so cool. Democrats cannot name any policies of Kamala's that makes them want to vote for her. Listen to this, guys.
Be up for a quick interview?
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
What's your favorite policy of Kamala's?
That's a hard one.
What's your favorite policy of Kamala's?
Her being president.
That's your favorite policy position?
Oh, yeah.
How so?
Because it covers everything that she defends.
I'm really excited for her to restore reproductive rights across America. How do you think she'll go about doing that?
I don't know.
See, that's the big one, the reproduction right one. I told you that has not been explained how she would do that. And the girl there told you, well, I don't know. They're just going along with it.
Fun question.
I don't know. I'm picking and choosing. I mean, I really like most of them.
So you have to look at it broadly, right? It's about what she stands for right now.
What's your favorite of Kamala's policies?
I'm trying to think. Well, actually, more of like, well, you know, what Waltz comes in.
All of her policies, everything from I'm non-binary, and so all of the policies for basic human rights to have our own bodies and do with them as we please, you know.
Her willingness to move forward on affordable health care.
How do you think she'll do that as president?
I think she'll work to motivate the legislature to vote in favor of it.
As like her as a person, just like tops out any policy. I really admire her.
Great, thank you both.
See, people just voting based on vibe. They don't even know what they're voting for, right? It's crazy, man. People are like, I just like her. I think it's just really cool, you know? And then one of the things that Kamala Harris's campaign is continuing to talk about, or they've mentioned, I think the most often, is the price gouging, right? And going after corporations. They said they're going to tackle those corporations. Well, Chris Cuomo even calls that out at the DNC convention. Listen to this. Shout out to Hotspot for this, by the way.
Chris Cuomo exposed the hypocrisy right at the DNC.
A big theme here at the DNC is that they're going to go after corporate gouging. And they're going to go after corporations, whether it's in taxes, largesse, loopholes. The RNC, we heard the same thing. They're going after the elites, the two sets of rules. But there's another reality that is literally looking down on them. There is a game of money. Those suites start at 500 grand. You think there's like a teacher group up in there? Those
500 grand. I told you, ain't no poor people at this convention.
Boxes are filled with the same people that they say they're going to regulate. They are literally looking down on the faithful and being told, yeah, we're going to break down on them. We're going to make them pay their share. They paid 500, 700, $1 million, $1.5 million to have those seats. In 2000, they spent $300 million on presidential campaigns. 24 years later, you know what they're expected to spend? $10 billion. Do you know how much money Harris has raised in the last couple of weeks? Hundreds of millions. And that's success. A lot of it's small donor. A lot of it isn't. The most dangerous money in politics is now legal money because of Citizens United. The idea that they can fight against it is almost laughable.
What I tell you. See, they never explain to you how they're going to do these things. You have to be wary of, these campaign promises because, like, for example, one of the things that, Bernie promised was Medicare for all, right? But Bernie never really answered the question about, well, how are you going to get that to pass? How are you going to get that to pass in the House, right? He didn't really answer that question. He was just like, if I'm president, on day one, we'll implement Medicare for all. But you have to pay attention to those things. So again, do you think the people that are sitting at the very tippity top of, at the very tippity top of that, do you think that they're going to be like, yeah, let's cut corporate greed and corporate interests? No. D.L. Hughley is now there. Let's go ahead and bring him in. He's another kiss up.
Now, wait. Where those AKAs at? Where they at? You know what? In 3 months, ain't going to be no living with y'all. I can tell you this. I don't blame Donald Trump for not wanting to debate Kamala. I've been married to a black woman for 40 years, and I ain't won one debate.
What does this have to do with what Kamala Harris is going to do for the country? Everybody see this? Okay. For those who don't, so D.L. Hughley, he's a comedian. He also had a TV sitcom, The Hughleys, at one point. He's another one, I believe, that has been bought out by the Democratic Party. He's been online shaming Black people for not wanting to support Kamala Harris. So just letting you know, that's what you're getting right here.
Oh, and 93,000. Now, of course, Trump is saying that Kamala isn't Black. I guarantee you this, Kamala's been Black a lot longer than Trump's been a Republican. And
let me go ahead and correct this one more time again. When people say that she's not Black, they mean she's not a Black American. Black Americans are an ethnic group. I am a Black American. Kamala Harris is not a Black American. Her dad is from Jamaica. Her mom is from India. Just want to go ahead and explain that to people, because what D.L. Hughley and some others are trying to do is they're like, well, her skin color is what it is, so she's Black. No, the term Black is unique to America. So people have to understand that was not originated in Jamaica or in Haiti or these other countries. That the Black American, that is distinctly to identify the ethnic group of African American descendants of slavery here in America. That's what that means. And I think that D.L. Hughley knows that. But again, it's very clear that the Democratic Party, they offered him something. I don't know how many checks they sent in his way, but they offered him something anytime they got him to go after his own people.
If he keeps sliding in the polls the way he is, the only way he can keep Kamala out of the White House is if he buys it and refuses to rent it to her. Of course, Kamala's getting broad support. They got black men for Kamala, white men for Kamala, Latinos and Asians for Kamala. They even have Republicans for Kamala. Republicans for Kamala. I guess Donald Trump will finally know what it's like when you get left for a younger woman.
They had Republicans for Joe Biden too. This is not a new thing.
But seriously, Kamala knows the truth about the American dream, that hard work is not enough. Hard work alone is not enough to succeed, that you need access and information and opportunity. And she knows that some folks are often denied those very things. As president, she will give each and every one of us a fair shot in life.
She won't even let a Palestinian American speak on the main stage, but she's going to give a fair shot to everyone, right? Okay.
But I have to admit, I didn't always believe that. I mean, if you told me the 15-year-old me would be on stage supporting a prosecutor and a teacher, there is no way that I would have believed you. But because of that, I made assumptions about Kamala's record. And I often repeated them to a lot of people. Then one day, Kamala invited me to her house. She put her hand on my shoulder and she asked me to do some research. Something I had never done.
Yeah, she invited you out of all that. She just happened to tap you on the shoulder and say, come to her house and do some research. I have done research about Kamala Harris's record. So watch D.L. Hughley. I already know he's going to gloss over the things that I've told you about that record.
A lot of people I know had never done before. Imagine attacking someone's character without a single Google search. So I did what I should have done in the first place. I learned that she had done for us exactly what she promised to. I believe that your apology should be as loud as your accusation, and I'm here apologizing in front of the whole damn world.
What did she do? Notice he doesn't tell you what she did, right? Everybody's just going along with it.
I was wrong, and I'm so very glad I was wrong because, Kamala, you give me hope for the future, a future where my grandchildren, Nola and Stevie, had the freedom to control their own bodies, where they have the...
What were you wrong about? Notice he doesn't tell you what he was wrong about.
The opportunity to go as far as their wits and their talents would take them. That future, ladies and gentlemen, is possible, but only if we elect Kamala Harris as the 47th President of the United States of America. I will say this to you, the best piece of advice I've ever gotten in my entire life is you don't have to know what you will do, just know what you won't. And we won't go back.
That's what they got him to come out there for? That right there? I was wrong about, he said he was wrong about Kamala Harris's record, but he doesn't tell you what he got wrong. Everybody see how this works? Kerry Washington. I want to make sure I'm up to date with the live. So I don't know who this dude is. We'll have to come back to you, dude. You hang in there. You hang in there. Let's go to some of the comments here. Again, we will do call in tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the super sticker, Alan. Thank you. TD, child, she's been taking that Ozempic. What is it? Can someone explain it to me tonight on call in? What is it? I keep hearing people say it. I don't even know what that is. Thank you, David Security. Sure. Your takes are spot on. By the way, I am one of your viewers. I think that's a mistake from StreamYard. Maybe you meant new viewers. Love your channel, Beauty and Brains. Oh, thank you so much. That's sweet. Thank you, Tisha. Any working class or middle class speakers? The union speakers, and those are the only ones I saw. Some of the ones that spoke for the union. Thank you, Troy. Oprah looks fantastic, but just like the Dems, it's all looks and ugly on the inside. I know Oprah took care of herself, huh? I think she's like in her 60s. Thank you, CM. What about the 6-year-olds being, sniped in Gaza? Yeah, I know. The Oracle, no, what's needed is for people to discover their conscience as in against genocide, then vote on that. Vote your conscience. Thank you, Lawn Guy. They'll never help anyone because all our tax money goes to the military and police. No reparations, housing, healthcare, etc. It's all going to, I think that's a StreamYard thing. Maybe you mean Ukraine and Israel. Dr. Thunder, Sabby Sabs, you have been on it. Keep up the great work. Third party voter here. What's up, fam? Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Sabby. Donate to Ilhan Omar. Let's make her unstoppable. Now, I already did that. I'm not donating to any Dems or any Republicans. Shout out to Cool Daddy Smooth for becoming a Sabby member. Crystal said they gave the endorsement, so why would she do anything? Yeah, look, they might want to take cues from abandoned Harris campaign. Thank you, Lawn Guy. You see the vid of DNC delegates trolling the protesters? Yes. Yep. Thank you, Sparky. Love you, Sabby. Love you. Thank you to my comrade, Charlie Mack, my Boston buddy, says, preach, Sabby. Thank you, Blueser. Nothing but truth speak on Sabs. Thank you so much. Thank you, J Bird D. Remember when everyone from Ryan Grimm and friends took umbrage when AOC called these perfidious fools the fraud squad? That doesn't even begin to capture what soulless backstabbers they are. OMG. Yeah, I remember. Thank you, Chris. Did the DNC convention make me change my mind about my vote? Yes, it went from nah to hell nah. Oh, I love you, Chris. I love you, Chris. Oh, man. Sparky, Kamala married her APAC handler. You got that from Nick, didn't you? You get that from Nick? My comrade Nick said that. And it looks like someone might be coming up soon. Sorry. Oh, is that Beyonce? I can't play that, guys. Sorry. I think Beyonce is singing. Of course, they would have to bring her out there. Or is that Beyonce? Oh, nope. That's someone else. Thank you, NK. Sounds like a Hillary Clinton public position versus private position. Nonsense with the uncommitted movement. Yeah, I mean... I don't, it's embarrassing, and we can get to the rest of them later. Let me go ahead and remove these. And then I think we can go ahead and show the poll, Eric, if you want to show the poll results. We can put that up on the screen. And I'm just clearing this up really quick. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Okay, here's the poll. Did the DNC convention change your mind about your vote? 1,888 votes. 4% of you said yes. 93% of you said no. And 3% said, I'm not sure. Interesting. Oh, can you explain this to? Thank you, Jay. Thank you. Ozempic is a weight loss created for diabetes. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, I keep hearing people mention it, and I'm just like, I've seen memes of them making fun of people and saying they took Ozempic, and I'm like, what? But yeah. Very, very interesting. Okay, there's people speaking about gun violence now. I'm going to switch over to Nico. So I want to show you something that we're waiting for Beyonce here. I want to show you something from Hotspot from Nico. Apparently,
Smile that lights up the room.
Uh-oh, hold on. There's something else going. Oh, that's playing in the background. Let me pause it. Apparently, this group here, Muslim Women for Kamala Harris, also, I guess, had a statement for her. Listen to this.
The organization Muslim Women for Harris and Waltz have officially abandoned Kamala Harris's campaign. The reason why is because they requested for a Palestinian to be allowed to speak at the Democratic National Convention, and the Harris campaign denied them. So they put out a statement saying that they cannot in good conscience continue Muslim Women for Harris and Waltz in light of this new information from the Uncommitted movement that VP Harris and their team declined their request to have the Palestinian Americans speak on the stage at that event. Now, some may believe that this may have been a decision of neutrality, except for the fact they actually invited the family members of an Israeli hostage to speak while simultaneously denying the opportunity for a Palestinian American to speak. Now, I'm confused because just the other day during the convention, AOC said that Harris was working around the clock to achieve a ceasefire. And even Kamala Harris herself, after being heckled, after protest after protest after protest happened at her event, even she said that she was working around the clock for a ceasefire. So if that's the case, why don't you allow a Palestinian American to come on stage and explain why a ceasefire is so important and why we have to end the genocide now? Because if those were actually your intentions, you would allow that. Because AOC in that speech and Kamala and her commitment that she's expressed for Israel have both affirmed that they want to bring the hostages home and they allow the hostages to speak. So if you want to achieve a ceasefire to stop the deaths of thousands of Palestinians and those intentions were genuine, why not allow a Palestinian American to speak? Because actions and money speak louder than words. And the fact that they denied those Palestinians the ability to speak on stage and sent $20 billion to Israel in the same damn week lets us know she has zero intention on pursuing a ceasefire, and she will allow Israel to continue its genocide. So understand, if you vote for Kamala Harris, you were voting for genocide. Period. Point.
And there it is. And Nico and Nick, they do these hotspot vids like so well. Make sure you follow them on Twitter. But that is important for everybody to understand. The reality is those donors do not want to hear a Palestinian American on that stage. And Kamala Harris is answering to the donors. Now, why does she not support the arms embargo? Because remember, there's money that's attached to that. That's weapon sales, military industrial complex. So, of course, she's not going to agree to that. And I don't understand why some of the activists thought that was even a possibility. And this is why it's important that you follow the money, because if you're not following where these candidates are getting their money from, then you'll probably believe some of these things that they're saying. But you really have to pay attention to where the money is coming from, who the donors are, etc. That part is important, right? So all I can say is that I agree with Nico there when he says that if you're voting for Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, you are voting for genocide. They're still going to arm Israel, right? So if you want to vote against that, you should support Jill Stein. That's what I'm doing. And I say it again, the Uncommitted movement, you need to unendorse Kamala Harris and you need to endorse Jill Stein. We don't have that much time left before this event is over. This is the last night. No Palestinian American has come up on the stage yet. So they still haven't agreed to it. What's this under? Because Rashida Tlaib's sister is one of the founders of Uncommitted. There you go. That's another thing. So, and I said this back then, Rashida Tlaib has enough support from her community that she can leave the Democratic Party and just be an independent. And because she has so much support from them, they should still be willing to support her. And that's the thing that I say gives me pause when I see that you're not willing to leave this. It's like an abusive relationship. They're telling you your people can't speak and you still want to be a part of this party. You want to be a second-class citizen because that's exactly how they're treating you. Because I'll be damned. And I said this before, like, even when you look back on the civil rights movement, I was like, you know, it's probably a good thing that I wasn't alive during that time, because if I would have been a part of the civil rights movement, I honestly might have had to say some things to Malcolm and say, Malcolm, look, this whole idea that you have of us going out in the streets and getting our heads beat in and having dogs sicked on us and us going to jail and police using, you know, the fire hoses, which are very painful, by the way. They're putting like fire hoses on us and all that kind of stuff. I ought to say, Malcolm, look, bruh, you either need to try to teach people defense, or I might have to bounce and roll over with Malcolm. Because that was the other thing. Ain't no way. The first time we went out there and he's like, well, you just have to be peaceful the whole time and they're going to hit you and beat you up. Yeah, Martin. Sorry, did I say Malcolm? Yeah, Martin. But you're just going to have to resist and just, you know, not fight back or anything. Nah, bruh. When there was not going to be too many of those hits upside the heads. Like, that's just it. I never understood that. Never understood that part. So this is why I would think that people would have learned nowadays, and we should be better with these issues. But it just seems like to me, like when I heard him say that we're being very reasonable, why are you being reasonable with a genocidal party? Why are you being reasonable with these? They're killing your people. There is no more reasonable after that. That's me though, fam. That's me. What is this, Robbie? Did you see the video of the dogs biting? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I would have to say. Like, if I would have been able to talk to Martin Luther King, I was like, Martin, look, something got to change. Because I'm not going to be getting bit by these dogs. You got to come up with a different plan. And then he was telling them not to defend yourself. I don't know. Let's go to the comment on Rockfin, Eric. Thank you for the comment on Rockfin, Roger. Remember, U.S. Constitution grants Congress and Treasury Secretary the coinage power. They can mint platinum coins of any denomination, assign it any value, and appropriate it towards whatever they want. Congress also delegates to the banks the power to print money out of thin air. They can do this regardless of whether we continue to fund war or not. Well. Thank you for this. Sab, immigration has never been kind to American freedmen community. Even before 1965 Naturalization and Immigration Act, white people from Europe came via Ellis Island, stepping over us as they were afforded government financial assistance we never got. Yet slaveholders got theirs when Andrew Johnson, who took our reparations and gave it to former slaveholders. This is why first era AF Congress members against immigration. Thank you for that. Thank you for the tip, JT. And thank you for this, Roger. Did you catch what DL said? I don't need to know what she will do, but what she won't do. That is a stab to policy, what you're going to do for us, because he got his. Yeah, I'm getting really tired of these celebrities like DL Hughley and Steve Harvey saying, don't ask for anything. Man, get the fuck out. You guys are millionaires. You don't have to ask for anything, please. And thank you for the tip, Kamashwari. I know this is off topic, but it is gamer/retro gamer's birthday. Send him a big happy birthday. Happy birthday to you, gamer. Happy birthday. Okay, so now Pink is singing on the convention. We can't play the songs. But yeah, Pink is on here. Pink looks different. I don't know who this other person is singing with her. Anyway, but Pink does look different. Something else weird happened too. I don't know if everybody saw this, but apparently people are showing that apparently this Uncommitted National Movement, their Twitter account, Greg, Big Mad Crab says Elon is working hard to help Democrats censor them. Apparently now it says, caution, this account is temporarily restricted. You're seeing this warning because there has been some unusual activity from this account. Do you still want to view it? Interesting. So now they're trying to censor that account. Wow. It never ends. Yeah, I see all the happy birthdays. Happy birthday, gamer. Happy birthday. Yeah, man. And there was another one I was going to play for you guys as well. Let me just go back to this. I will say I do like the fact that these times are not as long as they were. Like Monday night was ridiculous because like Biden came on really late. And I was like, look, people got things to do in the morning. Like, why are you still doing this? You know, like what is going on? But he took forever to. Yeah. I want to show you guys something. Even Nina Turner is saying it now. She said, deeply shameful. The Harris-Walz campaign has set themselves back with this and they must do better. And she's retweeting the Uncommitted movement here. Our request of a Palestinian speaker on the DNC stage has been denied. Our press conference has begun. Yeah, man, this is just, it's like, that is a bad look. A bad look. And a lot of them are from Michigan. Michigan, I think some in Wisconsin, but a lot of them are from Michigan. Here's another segment about that here from Wolf Blitzer. I want to show you what he said. This is just, woo, this is a bad look.
At this convention, as you know, what a leader of the so-called Uncommitted movement said today after they were denied a speaking slot for a Palestinian American. Watch this and then we'll discuss.
My guest told me that the Democratic Party provided me and my community a voice at the table. And what has happened here at the Democratic National Convention undid all of that. I was just told that I don't have a voice here in this party.
You heard what she said.
So that's one of the other co-founders, by the way.
Is this going to potentially hurt Kamala Harris in a state like Michigan, which has a significant Arab American, Muslim American population?
Well, look, the vice president's proud to have engaged with the leadership of this movement, including in Michigan just a little while ago when she was visiting the battleground state there. They have a right to have their voice heard, and we've been proud in this convention to engage them through dedicated conversations and meetings and everything. But I think the really important thing to think about, too, is what is the vice president doing about it? She's working with President Biden, even in the middle of the political fanfare of a convention, to try to get to a deal, to try to end the war, to try to get to a permanent ceasefire, to try to protect the people who are suffering and who need humanitarian assistance, and to, of course, make sure Israel has a right to defend themselves. That is what she's focused on. And that is so different from what we could see from President Trump, who when he was in.
No, I'm sorry. This is BS. This is BS. See how they're all repeating the same lies? What does any of that has nothing to do with her saying that a Palestinian American cannot take the stage? That they all have the same talking point.
In the White House, all he did was foster chaos and division around the world. Kiss up to dictators, abandon our allies. These are things that we can't afford to go back to. And so when it comes to tonight, when she'll speak to the country, she'll talk about the kind of global leadership that she would bring to the White House, including on the war in the Middle East.
So why was a Palestinian American denied a speaking slot tonight?
Well, I think that we've given them a lot of opportunities to engage in this process at the convention. People have had dedicated panels, for example, during the daytime programming here at the convention to talk about these issues. We're, of course, continuing to engage with the group and make sure that, that the vice president's position on this issue is heard and that their voices are heard and reflected in our convention.
That doesn't answer the question at all. That doesn't answer the question. Just because they had a panel, so what? That doesn't answer the question as to why she said they cannot speak on the main stage when you allowed the other side to speak on the main stage. You either, this is what you do. You either say no to both sides or you allow both sides to speak. That is so messed up. I don't, what's up, K8 Mac? She really screwed herself now. Is anybody watching in Michigan? I know Rome's in Detroit. Any of you watching in Michigan or from the Michigan area? Like, this is insane. Insane. Again, like I said, just pretend it was the other side. If it was Donald Trump that was doing this right now, and he was the one that said Palestinian American cannot speak on the stage, the Democratic Party would be up in arms and they would be talking about this nonstop and calling him a bigot. You know it. That's right, Anthony. Anthony's in Michigan. That's discrimination. That is flat out discrimination.
Thanks very much for joining us. Appreciate it very much.
Thank you, Wolf.
I tell you, and he's not really going to push back because Wolf Blitzer is also a Zionist. See, you guys got to do the research and find out where a lot of these commentators came from, right? So he's another one, staunch AIPAC supporter and all this stuff. Like, that is absolute. And then what kills me is, like, it's a woman of color who did it. Like, this is what I'm trying to tell you guys about who Kamala Harris is and the type of president that she's going to be. It's already in the Detroit news. Michigan Democratic Party chair joins the UAW in pushing for a Palestinian voice at the convention. Juanita is also in Michigan. Okay. This is, look, Kamala Harris may think that she has this in the bag, but the reality is you don't know what's going to happen until November. And I want to remind all of you, tomorrow, RFK Jr. is making a special announcement about his campaign from Phoenix, Arizona. Donald Trump also has an event tomorrow in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm assuming he's going to drop out and endorse Donald Trump and join Donald Trump's team. We obviously know he's not joining the Democratic Party team after what they've done to him, right? So that could also change things for Kamala Harris in this race, because some of the RFK supporters said that if RFK drops out, they're going to support Donald Trump. So I just don't know. I just don't know. Okay, Eric, do you have the link? You said there's a link here. Where is it? Okay. It looks like there's something that people want to show me about Hassan Piker. What is up, Renard? Whoops. Sabby, are you going to go on the Hill Rising again? No, I'm sorry. I can't. No, not after the censorship. No. Because the reality is, I'm sorry, I feel the same way about Israel and Gaza that Breonna Joy Gray does. And I said I couldn't do that. No. I appreciate, them platforming me and allowing me to get my voice out there. But I can't do that. Oh, thank you. Thanks. Okay. So apparently there's something here from Hassan Piker. Okay. It said that he has a realization. I think Hassan is also at the DNC convention. Let's see.
That we're going to give you the whole thing and then cut it down. You think it's because you said something today they don't like?
I did compare DNC to Israel. That might have been the final blow.
we're going to give you the whole thing and then cut it down. Is it you think it's because you said something today they didn't like?
I did compare DNC to Israel. That might have been the final blow.
Okay, let's see what happened here. It looks like something happened with him at the DNC. Why does the DNC have one speed? This is identical to how Israel does Hasbara LMAO, and he is retweeting Mehdi Hassan. Reporters are being briefed. It seems that the DNC accepted Dem State Representative Rura for Georgia as Palestinian speaker for tonight on the stage, but the Uncommitted movement turned her down. That is simply not true. Oh yeah, I saw that part. It's a lie being told. Yeah, the Uncommitted movement did not turn her down. That was a lie. So apparently it looks like Hassan retweeted this from Mehdi, and apparently I guess something happened with him. Wow. Let's hear it again. What happened?
We're going to give you the whole thing and then cut it down. Is it you think it's because you said something today they didn't like?
I did compare DNC to Israel. That might have been the final blow.
Okay, well, I guess they must have reduced his spot. That's what it sounds like. He did compare it to Israel, though. It's kind of funny. Wow. Man, they just coming after everybody, huh? So Kamala's not speaking yet, guys. Sorry about that. We're still waiting on that. Yeah, that is a doozy, man. I'll go to the comments. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat, Sparky. A new 911 operator. Liberal middle class white women often called to report a black man walking through my neighborhood. He'd ask, "What's wrong? What's he doing?" They'd answer, "Walking." I believe it. Shout out to Samantha for becoming a new Sabby member. Whoop, whoop, Samantha in the house. Thank you, Misbon. There are strippers in office. What do you expect? All right. Thank you, A.R. Walker. Dems want to keep that APAC support. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Shout out to Lee A. Royster for gifting 20 Sabby memberships. Thank you, Lee. And to everyone who received them, give Lee a big thank you. Thank you, Frank. Lying about everything. Yes, I know it's wild, isn't it? Thank you, Christian. Genuinely asking as a socialist to defend price caps. How do you prevent the downsides? Ooh, good question. Did Nixon's price controls really cause shortages / long lines? Don't know. I wasn't alive. But I don't know. I wasn't alive. I'll check on that, though. I just know about the price. I know he did the price controls. But then they got rid of him. They got him out of there. In fact, it's interesting. Like, I have been told that the push to get Nixon out was not just because of the Watergate scandal, that a big part of it was because of those price controls. Thank you for the super sticker, Kelly Johnson. Thank you, Gypsy. Shamala is Hillary with a spray tan. Damn. Thank you, Michael. How do you educate Black conservatives about the Green Party? I think it's best to just, when you're trying to tell people about the Green Party, I think it's probably best not so much to focus on if they're conservative or liberal and just talk about this is what that platform offers. Like, I'm not a member of the Green Party, so just make this very clear. I'm not a member of any political party. I'm a registered independent. But I'm trying to tell people more so about Jill Stein. I don't really describe the Green Party. I describe her platform. So thank you for the super sticker, Regine. Thank you for the super sticker, Talib. Thank you, Devada. I know I'm too militant. I'd be a strange fruit swinging from a tree. And thank you, Jay. You're right, Sabby. If this were Trump, MSNBC would have nonstop coverage about it. Yeah, I mean, these are just the things that, you know, that I have seen along the way. And I just think that it shows you the hypocrisy from both parties, right? It's just a reality. That's one of the problems. That's why I say leave the cult. Leave the cult, people. So we can see this guy. Who is this guy? He's been talking for a long time. Who are you? Let's see.
Kamala Harris understands this moment. It is a moment of danger and a moment of opportunity. She'll keep America's military the strongest in the world, the strongest ever known. And she understands what our military is for. The role of our military is to defend us from foreign enemies.
That means she will continue to inflate the defense budget. I'm going to translate this for you because he's not going to say those words. She will continue to inflate the defense budget and she will continue the war machine.
It is not to threaten Americans, and it sure as hell isn't to put immigrants in camps.
Kids are still in cages.
Every president since World War II, Republican and Democrat, has shared the belief that America must protect democracy in the world. Every president has honored our veterans and their sacrifices. Every president, but one. So we face a critical choice: to vote for someone who stands with our military and stands up for democracy, or someone who will disrespect our heroes and undermine our democracy. My fellow Americans, there is only one choice. One choice. And let me tell you something. When she takes her oath of office, as she will this January, our allies will cheer, our enemies will fear, and we will have a commander-in-chief that we can trust. God bless our veterans, and God bless our country.
Yeah. So if you were wondering how she would be on foreign policy, that's your answer right there, right? To continue to police the world, to increase that defense budget. And she's definitely not going to, again, not send weapons to Israel. So there you go right there. Let's see this guy.
My mom raised us alone on a secretary's salary. I slept on the floor. I worked every job I could: meat packing, construction, making pizzas. I made it to Harvard with no money or connections. Other kids were happy because they were at Harvard. I was happy because I finally had a mattress.
Man!
Then I enlisted, fought alongside my brothers with Lima 325 in Iraq.
Who picked this guy to come up on the stage and speak? So a Palestinian American can't come up and speak, but he can come and speak? I wasn't happy that I made it to Harvard. I was happy I finally had a mattress. Come on. This is ridiculous. Who wrote this? Who's giving these cue cards? Oh my gosh.
They called us Lucky Lima, but our luck ran out. We saw some of the heaviest combat of the war. And when we got home, the government failed to help us readjust. We have a duty to care for our patriots who serve our nation. For the Vietnam veteran and Buckeye who relies on the VA for his medication, For the Afghan veteran in Pittsburgh who finally got treatment for his PTSD. For the Marine in Milwaukee who relies on the benefits she earned. For my Navajo brothers and sisters who serve in the Marines with me, I remember you too.
Notice he said finally got the health that they need, the help that they needed from the VA, right? So that shouldn't even be an issue. And my parents, you know, my dad was former military, and the VA is awful and they're very slow. And I'll tell you this much again, in this country, a wealthy country like the US, that shouldn't even be an issue. Notice what he said, finally got the help that they needed from the VA.
Kamala Harris and Tim Walz are fighting for them. Kamala Harris has delivered more benefits to more veterans than ever before, and has achieved the lowest veterans unemployment rate in history. Vice President Harris has stood up for us and our families always. Tim Walz served for 24 years. His passion for veterans earned him respect on both sides of the aisle, and he stands with us too. In fact, let me introduce you to some of the many Democrats who understand what service means, because we put country over politics.
No, you don't. You put Israel first.
We were proud to wear the uniform. And we're proud serving our countries in city halls, state capitals, the U.S. House, and the Senate. These veterans represent the best of our country. We stand united as veterans, Democrats, and patriots to fight for everyone who serves.
Oh boy.
But politicians like Donald Trump, they don't stand with us. They call patriots like Senator McCain losers. John McCain was an American hero. Show some respect.
Why are we still talking about John McCain? Why are we talking about things that happened years? Why are we still bringing this up?
Show some respect. So, for the 18-year-old who decides to enlist, for the families like mine who prayed every night that their loved one would come home, for our troops stationed thousands of miles away, for my Marines of Lima Company, let's elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, who don't just respect our service, but revere it. Because the veterans who defended this country aren't just the reason we can sleep at night. They're the reason we can dream. And together, we'll fight for our veterans and everyone who served our country. Thank you.
Sounds like a recruitment effort there from the U.S. military. Sounds like they're trying to recruit some people since recruitment numbers are significantly down. Boy, I tell you, the propaganda is strong, fam. Now, here's something else I want to point out. How is that any different? Like what they said there about the veterans, bringing out the veterans and all that kind of stuff. You would see that also at an RNC convention. You would see the same thing with the Republican Party. So again, when it comes to the military, the war machine, how are these parties different? They're not. Let's see what we got. Oh, there's music. We'll see what's up next. I know they find ways to drag this out. I'll tell you that much. Like, we really don't need all of this. This guy got up there and gave a corny ass speech. Okay, here we go. Here's Gretchen. Yeah. So here's the governor of Michigan. Let's see if she says anything about the listen to that. Let's see.
I'm Governor Gretchen Whitmer. In Lansing, they call me Governor. But in Detroit, they call me Big Gretch. Donald Trump called me that woman from Michigan as an insult. Being a woman from Michigan is a badge of honor. Like women across America, we just GSD. Get stuff done. At 29, I joined the sandwich generation. Sandwiched between working and raising my newborn and caring for my mom, who was dying from brain cancer. It was hard, but not extraordinary. It's life. Those nights reminded me who I was fighting for. People just trying to make it. Kamala Harris knows who she's fighting for, too. She took care of her mom, who also battled cancer. As president, she'll fight to lower the cost of health care and elder care for every family. She's lived a life like ours. She knows us. Donald Trump doesn't know you.
No, she hasn't lived a life like it. I wish they would stop saying this. No, most people did not have two parents that were in PhD programs. Her father is a professor. Let me look at it one more time. Her father is professor emeritus at Stanford University. He's a Marxist economist. Most of us don't have that. Most of us did not grow up that way. Now they're trying to make it seem like this is just an everyday average thing to have two parents that are in academia like that. One of them, a professor emeritus at Stanford University. No, I did not grow up. She did not grow up like that. We didn't grow up like that. Most of us did not.
All. You think he understands that when your car breaks down, you can't get to work? No. His first word was probably chauffeur. You think he's ever had to take items out of the cart before checking out? Hell, you think he's ever been to a grocery store?
No offense, but you can say the same thing about some of the people, some of the donors that's sitting in that arena. Some of those people, the billionaires and all that kind of stuff. Didn't you have billionaires on the stage speak?
That's what the chauffeur is for. But Kamala Harris, she gets us. She sees us. She is us.
No, she's not.
Look, we've all lived through a lot of history over the past few years. Floods and fires, an attempted coup, a plot, and a pandemic. It's exhausting. We don't know what the next 4 years will bring. But what we do know is this. Through it all, your life won't stop. You're going to have to get to work, pick up the kids, and pay your bills. And then one day, when you're just trying to get everyone out the door, a news alert goes off. Something happened. Something hit the fan. You'll ask, is my family going to be okay? And then you'll ask, who the hell is in charge? What if it's him? What if it's that man from Mar-a-Lago? I know, in a crisis, we need someone strong enough to come up with a plan, to tell the truth, and to bring people together. Right now, before the crisis, is when we get to choose. Why wouldn't we choose the leader who's tough?
I'm sorry, I had to pause here and chime in for just a second. this is the woman that they thought would be great to run for president, Gretchen Whitmer. This is the woman they wanted to run for president. Like, I just, ooh.
Tested, and a total badass. I know who I want as our commander-in-chief. America, let's choose Kamala Harris.
So another thing I'm noticing as well, guys, I'm sure you are too. Notice how they're spending a lot of time focusing on Donald Trump. And don't get me wrong, yes, you expect them to say some things about Donald Trump, obviously, right? But I feel like they're not telling you still what Kamala Harris is going to do. And that is a problem. Like, come on. Is this Eva Longoria from Desperate Housewives?
What an honor to be part of this historic moment, and y'all are part of it. Look, I have known Kamala Harris for more than a decade, and she comes from a family a lot like mine, and I'm sure a lot like yours. No. We were both raised knowing that no one was going to hand us anything, especially as women. That we were going to have to touch every rung of the ladder to get ahead. We were going to have to work really hard. Now, she worked at McDonald's, but I worked at Wendy's. And look at us now. You see, Kamala and I were able to see beyond the horizon because our families supported our big dreams. Well, guess what? As Americans, we're all part of one big family. Somos familia. And as familia, we have to have each other's back. We have to support each other's dreams because Kamala's success is our success. And she supports us to dream big too. So let me tell you, in the Latino community, in our community, we have a saying, sí se puede. Which means, yes, it means yes, we can. But tonight, I'm here to tell you, yes, she can. So we're going to say, she se puede. So when someone asks you, is she ready to lead this country forward? We're going to say, she se puede. When somebody says, is she qualified for the job? We're going to say, she se puede. When somebody asks, is she going to be the first female president of the United States? We're gonna say, she se puede. Our voices, our vote, we're gonna decide this election. And let me tell you, the energy tonight isn't just here in Chicago, it's all across the country. People are gathered at watch parties everywhere to celebrate Kamala Harris. Say hello. All right, we know how to work, so let's get to work. Let's turn all of this enthusiasm and joy into action between now and November 5th. Let's go. She se puede. She se puede.
This is so cringe. What's with all the first female this and she se puede, whatever she's saying? What's with all of this, man? This doesn't mean anything when you have no plan. This doesn't mean anything when you have no platform. So this is the Democratic Party just basically telling you that you should just go along with this because she's a woman. I don't just get to the point already. She should be coming out pretty soon because Gretchen Whitmer spoke. But I don't understand. They're not focusing on the right things. I have yet to hear them really take a deep dive into economics, which they should. I mean, that's the number one thing on Americans' mind is like the economy. And there just seems to be no plan. In fact, we're going to pull up the website now. I'm going to check it one more time because Roger actually was the one that started this. A lot of people don't know this. Roger Meadows, friend of the show, is the one who started this trend that people see on Twitter right now. Let me go ahead and pause that there. So I'll show you here, this trend here, where he was checking Kamala's website every day just to show people like, yo, she's, here we go, donate. You know, they always asking for money. But he was the one that first brought it to my attention and said, she doesn't have a platform. So let's see what we have here. Meet Kamala Harris. It tells you all about her and yada, yada. And she grew up and all this and blah, blah, blah. Bloop, 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 bloop. That part. And then meet Tim Walz. Same thing is going to tell you about him. There's take action and there's store. Take action is to volunteer, right? And then I think we all know what a store is, right? So the merch. So they're selling t-shirts. They're asking for money. But again, there's no platform on the website. It's now, how many days has it been? Roger, I don't know if you're in the chat, but how many days has it been now? It's got to be at least since she announced. You can let me know in the chat. But there's still no policy. People just jumped on board for anything, just for vibes. They're just vibing. First female, yay! Coconuts, woo! Woman of color, yay! She was an AKA, woo! It was just, thank you, Zerfin. Her site looks like a ransomware hack. Yeah, I mean, there's nothing. What are you supporting? Nobody has a problem with this. I mean, so I'm continuing to say this because I don't want anybody to come back. Like, if she wins, don't come back to me and say, oh my God, I had no idea. I didn't realize that she would be this horrible. What does she mean she doesn't have a plan? I'm like, did you even look at the website? 31 days. Thank you, Roger. 31 days. No platform. I don't know. Even Biden had a platform, though. I know some people say, well, Biden had a platform. He had stuff on his website. I just can't. I don't know, you guys. Tavis says the website looks like an influencer campaign. Yeah, that could be on purpose, though, to, attract younger voters. So that could be on purpose. You never know. But we'll see who this guy is. I don't know who this guy is.
Listen, to my fellow Republicans, if you still pledge allegiance to those principles, I suspect you belong here too. Because democracy knows no party. It's a living, breathing ideal that defines us as a nation. It's the bedrock that separates us from tyranny. And when that foundation is fractured, we must all stand together, united, to strengthen it. If you think those principles are worth defending, then I urge you, make the right choice. Vote for our bedrock values and vote for Kamala Harris. God bless you.
So you see what I was saying? Like, they're bringing Republicans, like Republicans can speak at the DNC convention. Everybody, I mean, they brought everyone across the stage, but not one Palestinian American. That's terrible. Let's see who's this woman here. Now, you guys are really dragging this out. Let me see who this is. Hold on.
In 1958, a 19-year-old from India left the only country she'd ever known to chart her own path in America.
Okay, this is her sister. Okay.
But she stayed here to build a life. Her name was Dr. Kamala Gopalan Harris. But we called her Mommy. Mommy was so many things to so many people. A civil rights activist, a scientist, a devoted mother to her 2 little girls. But most of all, Mommy was a trailblazer who defied the odds and defined herself. And when it came to Kamala and me, Mommy had great expectations for us, but she had even greater expectations of us. She raised us to believe that we could be and do anything. And we believed her. You see, Mommy understood the power and the possibility that come with knowing and showing who you truly are. She knew we could be the authors of our own stories, just as she'd been the author of her own. Mommy's journey and the opportunity that she wanted for Kamala and me, that's a distinctly American story. We may all have different histories, different struggles, or different perspectives, but what binds us together is the fervent desire to be free, to fulfill our God-given potential. Kamala's entire life has been about fighting for each of us to have that freedom. And like so many Americans, Kamala knows what it's like to be underestimated and be counted out. She knows what it's like to be the underdog and yet still beat the odds. And now she has created so much electricity, so much optimism, so much joy throughout the nation, and it is why we need her leadership in this historic moment. We are living in a time when some are trying to divide us, to separate us in ways that make it difficult for us to come together. Well, look, my sister rejects that view. Where others push darkness, Kamala sees promise. Where others feel detachment, Kamala fosters connection. Where others want to drag us back to the past, my sister says, hold up now, we are not going back.
Maya got a little bit more spice, right? Like Maya kind of seemed like she been around black folk. That's how Maya kind of seems.
Because Kamala understands we have so much more in common than what separates us. She knows the measure of our success isn't just winning an election. It's about who we bring along and lift up in the process. And so as I look out at all of you today and take in this incredible moment, I so wish that Mommy could be here tonight. I can just see her smiling, saying how proud she is of Kamala. And then, without missing a beat, she say, that's enough, you got work to do. She would tell all of us to roll up our sleeves and get to work, to elect a leader who sees the potential in each of us, a leader who cares for all of us, a leader who fights for every one of us. Our Democratic nominee, my big sister, the next president of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Maya got a little bit more soul, a little bit more, a little bit more spunk in her voice. I just had to mute it for a second, guys, because I know some music might come on or whatever. But yeah, she seemed a little bit more, I don't know, got a little bit more pep in her step, a little bit more spunk. Who is this guy? Oh, this is Roy Cooper. Dude, you dropped out of the running. Why are you even there? Oh boy, here we go. So Kamala's supposed to speak during this hour, according to recent announcements. So
the last guy standing between you and the moment we're all waiting for. Yeah. So I'm going to get right to it. All week, you've heard stories about my friend Kamala. I want to take you behind the scenes of one of them. 2011 was a rough time for America. Pretty good deal. Would have meant $4 billion for California families who'd been ripped off. I know that sounds like a lot, but Kamala said, hang on a minute. I've met these families. I know what they've been through, and they deserve more. She went toe-to-toe with some of the world's most powerful executives, and she refused to give in. Let me tell you, this was a huge risk, but she knew it was a risk worth taking. That's Kamala. And we all know what happened. The banks caved. That $4 billion for California families became $20 billion. That was the first time I witnessed Kamala in action. And what I saw was a leader who does exactly what she says she's going to do, who never will settle for less. America, we got a lot of big fights ahead of us, and we've got one hell of a fighter ready to take them on. I know.
Am I alone in this, guys? And let me know, but I feel like her sister should have been the one to introduce her. I thought that's what was happening here. I thought that her sister was introducing her. Then they sent out this guy. Huh.
You to the very end. For families who need better health care or a safer place to live, Kamala will fight for you. For parents who want better schools for their kids. For workers worried about a secure retirement for themselves, Kamala will fight for you. For any one of our allies, anywhere in the world, wondering if America still has your back, remember this: Kamala will fight for you. And when she fights, we win. Kamala's ready. Kamala's ready. The question is, are we? Are we going to stand up and fight for Kamala like she'll stand up and fight for us? All right. If you're ready, my home state of North Carolina, stand up. Stand up, Pennsylvania. Stand up, Michigan. Stand up, Wisconsin. Stand up, Georgia. Stand up, Nevada. Stand up, Arizona. Stand up, America. Are we going to stand up? Are we going to fight? Are we going to vote? Are we going to win? You bet we are. Let's go get them.
Okay. So I guess he's not making the introduction either. What are we doing here?
Neighborhood. It was the kind of place where your neighbor would look after you when school let out. Where your first grade teacher would show up at your law school graduation. It's where Kamala Harris.
Kamala looked real, like this picture right here where you see her with the short hair. She looked like she was what's this, the late 80s or something like that. She looked like she was listening to like old school like Salt and Pepper back in the day then. That's what she looked like in this picture. Oh, sorry.
Be in the middle class, making every paycheck.
Sorry, I'm trying to skip ahead.
Tall. If you met her, you would have thought she was 7 feet tall. And our mother, if I'd ever come home complaining about anything, she wouldn't have it. The first thing she'd say is, well, just stop the complaining. Just tell me what you're going to do about it.
And since she was a young girl, Kamala Harris has been fighting for families like the ones she grew up with.
That is Kamala. She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right. She has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor. Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
As a courtroom prosecutor, she went after predators who targeted women and children.
I'm going to have to mute this because I don't know about the music, if it's copyright or not. But again, like, here we go with the prosecutor part. They always say that she went after predators. They don't tell you that she went after parents, locked them up for truancy, Black parents in particular. They don't tell you that. They don't tell you that she participated in the school to prison pipeline in California. They just say, as a prosecutor, she went after predators. You know, both can be true at the same time, but they leave that out. Let me take this out for just a second, because I don't know if that music has copyright. Sorry, guys. Just trying to get them to get to the speech, and then I'll bring it right back in. While I'm waiting for that, I can go to some of the comments, though. Thank you for the super chat, DJB Side. Sending love and thanks for all you do, Sabby. Thank you. Thank you, Sparky. Go Yemen, fight the power. Thank you, Edward. If you heard one talk at the DNC, you've seen them all. That's a good point. Thanks, Roger. Sab, the guy with the glasses, was Leon Panetta, CIA director, then Secretary of Defense under Obama and head of Office Management, Budget, and Chief of Staff under Clinton. Thank you for that. Thanks, Tisha. No mention of diplomacy or building bridges. Thanks, Samantha. This admin fired vets who wouldn't get the CV. Thanks, Tavis. We don't have anything. Let's see what they can stick. Thanks, Mika. The charade parade. Thank you, Z360. Watching this DNC reminds me that politics has lost its consensus. The politicians are seen as similar to celebrities and their supporters as fans. I agree. The celebrity culture of politicians is a big part of the problem. Thank you, Warren. Jimmy Dore looked so depressed walking around the convention the other day. He said he felt so bad for our country. Thank you, Talib. Wondering what race is on her birth certificate. Don't know. An interesting, I'm trying to think about what the options would have been during that time too. Like, you know, I don't know. Thank you, Roger. Peep DM for my demand to her. Thank you. Thank you, baby Ethernet. She's taking voters for granted. We are the peasants. I hear you. Thank you, baby Ethernet. Maya throwing in that black scent is disgusting. And I'll go ahead and stop it there because I think they're about to go forward with her. 1 second. Charade parade. This one here. And the black scent. Thank you. Thank you for that. Eric, we can get to the rest of them when we do the break real quick. Okay, here we go. Oh, still music again. Okay, so it looks like it's about to get to the point where she's about to come out because they went through the whole like childhood and all that jazz. So here we go. And while I'm waiting for this exit, again, this is so drawn out. But if you haven't had a chance to do so, don't forget to smash the like button, guys. Thank you so much. And we will do call in after her speech. We're going to end after Kamala's speech. So we will do call in so you can call in and we can chit chat. And we can say a lot. We say a lot more on call in, by the way. Some of the things that we don't really say on here, we can say on the Zoom call in. So yeah. Okay. Has the music stopped? Probably not yet. I'll wait till she gets to the podium. Okay. Yeah. She's happy. Okay, let's get to the speech. Again, no Palestinian American speaker. That's really, really sad. Really sad. And nobody cares. Nobody in there really cares. Most of them don't, because a lot of these people are delegates, right? So they're there because that's part of their job. And some of them are, big time donors. And they're just there to see her perform. Right. So everyone remember, this is their job. They're there to hype her up. So just keep that in mind. They're there to bring the energy to hype her up so that voters get hyped up as well. Keep that in mind.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. Okay, we got to get to some business. Okay, thank you all. Okay. Thank you. Please, thank you so very much. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Okay, let's get to business. All right. So let me start by thanking my most incredible husband, Doug, for being an incredible partner to me, an incredible father to Cole and Ella, and happy anniversary, Dougie. I love you so very much. To our President Joe Biden, when I think about the path that we have traveled together, Joe, I am filled with gratitude. Your record is extraordinary, as history will show, and your character is inspiring. And Doug and I love you and Jill and are forever thankful to you both. And to Coach Tim Walz, you are going to be an incredible vice president. And to the delegates and everyone who has put your faith in our campaign, your support is humbling. So, America, the path that led me here in recent weeks was no doubt unexpected. But I'm no stranger to unlikely journeys. So, my mother, our mother, Kamala Harris, had one of her own. And I miss her every day, and especially right now. And I know she's looking down smiling. I know that. So my mother was 19 when she crossed the world alone, traveling from India to California with an unshakable dream to be the scientist who would cure breast cancer. When she finished school, she was supposed to return home to a traditional arranged marriage. But as fate would have it, she met my father, Donald Harris, a student from Jamaica. They fell in love and got married, and that act of self-determination made my sister Maya and me.
Like I said, most of us do not have the same upbringing that she had. That's what I was trying to tell you guys.
And wherever our parents' jobs took us. My early memories of our parents together are very joyful ones. A home filled with laughter and music, Aretha, Coltrane, and Miles. At the park, my mother would say, "Stay close." But my father would say, as he smiled, "Run, Kamala, run. Don't be afraid. Don't let anything stop you." From my earliest years, he taught me to be fearless. But the harmony between my parents did not last. When I was in elementary school, they split up. And it was mostly my mother who raised us.
So I have to add this here, and Trauma Queen is correct. Her fulfilling her dreams, how does that help us, the workers? Yeah, what I've noticed is she's making this all about her. And one of the things that was really appealing about Bernie Sanders' presidential campaigns is that, remember, he kept saying, "Not me, us." She's making it all about her. I don't need to hear another story about her upbringing and her background and all this. I don't need days of our lives, right? Like, I want to hear, what are you going to do for the country? And I think that's what most people want to hear. What are your policies? What's your platform? I don't need this soap opera.
Before she could finally afford to buy a home, she rented a small apartment in the East Bay.
Here we go.
In the Bay, you either live in the hills or the flatlands. We lived in the flats. A beautiful working class neighborhood of firefighters, nurses, and construction workers, all who tended their lawns with pride. My mother, she worked long hours, and like many working parents, she leaned on a trusted circle to help raise us. Mrs. Shelton, who ran the daycare below us and became a second mother. Uncle Sherman, Aunt Mary, Uncle Freddie, Auntie Chris. None of them family by blood, and all of them family by love.
Chances are I'm never going to meet these people. Okay. Chances are we are never going to meet these people. If they're still around, this is not important. What's important is, what is the platform? What are your policies?
Family who taught us how to make gumbo, how to play chess, and sometimes even let us win. Family who loved us, believed in us, and told us we could be anything and do anything. They instilled in us the values they personified: community, faith, and the importance of treating others as you would want to be treated, with kindness, respect, and compassion. My mother was a brilliant, 5-foot-tall, brown woman with an accent. And as the eldest child, I saw how the world would sometimes treat her. But my mother never lost her cool. She was tough, courageous, a trailblazer in the fight for women's health, and she taught Maya and me a lesson that Michelle mentioned the other night. She taught us to never complain about injustice, but do something about it. Do something about it.
And Kamala's response was, let me become a cop.
That was my mother. And she taught us, and she also taught us, and never do anything half-assed. And that is a direct quote. A direct quote. I grew up immersed in the ideals of the civil rights movement. My parents had met at a civil rights gathering, and they made sure that we learned about civil rights leaders, including the lawyers like Thurgood Marshall and Constance Baker Motley.
And you learned all that, and you went on to say later on in life, oh no, I'm not going to sit up here and say I'm going to do something specifically for Black people. So where did all that education about civil rights get you?
Those who battled in the courtroom to make real the promise of America. So at a young age, I decided I wanted to do that work. I wanted to be a lawyer. And when it came time to choose the type of law I would pursue, I reflected on a pivotal moment in my life. You see, when I was in high school, I started to notice something about my best friend, Wanda. She was sad at school, and there were times she didn't want to go home. So one day I asked if everything was all right, and she confided in me that she was being sexually abused by her stepfather. And I immediately told her she had to come stay with us, and she did. This is one of the reasons I became a prosecutor, to protect people like Wanda, because I believe everyone has a right to safety, to dignity, and to justice. As a prosecutor, when I had a case, I charged it not in the name of the victim, but in the name of the people. For a simple reason. In our system of justice, a harm against any one of us is a harm against all of us. And I would often explain this to console survivors of crime, to remind them no one should be made to fight alone. We are all in this together. And every day in the courtroom, I stood proudly before a judge and I said 5 words: Kamala Harris for the people.
And I don't know why we're clapping, because I'm pretty sure other judges say these things too. So I just, oh my God. Oh, they fall for anything.
And to be clear, my entire career, I've only had one client, the people. And so, on behalf of the people, on behalf of every American, regardless of party, race, gender, or the language your grandmother speaks.
I know you are not bringing in regardless of race and gender and all this stuff when you just told Palestinian Americans that they cannot have someone speak on the main stage. You see the hypocrisy with this party? You see this? It's also funny too that she mentioned that, like, and every client I had were the people. Who else are you supposed to represent? A dog? I mean, are you going to have a cat or a dog for a client? No, you're going to have a human being. This is, what is it? Nobody's picking up on this. How dare you come out on this stage right now and you say regardless of race and all this kind of stuff after you just actively discriminated against one particular group of people in this country, and you're going to pretend like none of this matters now.
On behalf of my mother and everyone who has ever set out on their own unlikely journey, On behalf of Americans like the people I grew up with, people who work hard, chase their dreams, and look out for one another. On behalf of everyone whose story could only be written in the greatest nation on earth, I accept your nomination to be President of the United States of America.
Just a reminder, everyone, nobody voted for Kamala Harris in the 2024 Democrat primary. Just a reminder, folks.
Election, our nation with this election has a precious, fleeting opportunity to move past the bitterness, cynicism, and divisive battles of the past, a chance to chart a new way forward. Not as members of any one party or faction, but as Americans. And let me say, I know there are people of various political views watching tonight, and I want you to know, I promise to be a president for all Americans. You can always trust me to put country above party and self.
Not above Israel, though. Not above Israel. Always remember this, folks.
To hold sacred America's fundamental principles, from the rule of law to free and fair elections, to the peaceful transfer of power.
We didn't even have one for you. We didn't even have a free and fair one for you in the Democrat primary. What are you talking about? What? Who wrote this speech? I know you didn't write this, Kamala. Who wrote this speech for you? Who wrote this, boo?
I will be a president who unites us around our highest aspirations. A president who leads and listens, who is realistic, practical, and has common sense, and always fights for the American people. From the courthouse to the White House, that has been my life's work. As a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, I stood up for women and children against predators who abuse them. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks, delivered $20 billion for middle-class families who faced foreclosure, and helped pass a homeowner bill of rights, one of the first of its kind in the nation.
I let Steve Mnuchin get by without a scrape because he donated money to my campaign.
Stood up for veterans and students being scammed by big for-profit colleges, for workers who are being cheated out of their wages, the wages they were due, for seniors facing elder abuse. I fought against the cartels who traffic in guns and drugs and human beings, who threaten the security of our border and the safety of our communities.
And you can't control what's happening at the border right now when you were assigned to it? Okay, everyone pay attention. You see what's happening, right? She already had experience working at the border. She was assigned to the border. So now this all makes sense. They assigned her to the border because she already had that experience. So why didn't she do that? Why didn't she do her job? I'll let you think about that.
And I will tell you, these fights were not easy. And neither were the elections that put me in those offices. We were underestimated at practically every turn. but we never gave up because the future is always worth fighting for. And that's the fight we are in right now, a fight for America's future. Fellow Americans, this election is not only the most important of our lives, it is one of the most important in the life of our nation. In many ways, Donald Trump is an unserious man. But the consequences of putting Donald Trump back in the White House are extremely serious. Consider not only the chaos and calamity when he was in office, but also the gravity of what has happened since he lost the last election.
But then you should be asking yourself, Kamala, why is it that you guys are so close in the polls right now? Given everything that everyone has said when they came onto the stage about Donald Trump, why is it that someone who did all those things, why is it that they even have a chance of winning again? And that's what you need to go back to the drawing board about. That's what Democrats need to go back into a room and shut a door, and they need to try to figure out, how is it that this candidate that you're calling a felon, a criminal, all these different names and all this yada yada, you put all these charges that were put against him and all the things that you're criticizing him about, the way that he governed before, how is it that that same person is close with you in the polls right now? How is that even possible? This is what the Democratic Party needs to sit back and figure out. And I feel like they're not figuring it out because they're not willing to talk to people that voted for Donald Trump and previously had voted for Barack Obama. That's what the Democratic Party needs to do. You abandon a core base of the country, and that is why you are back in this position again. It's quite embarrassing, actually. That's why I think Joe Biden said he didn't believe the polls, because it is embarrassing. The fact that you beat him and all these things happened to him and he still was coming back close in the polls.
Donald Trump tried to throw away your votes. When he failed, he sent an armed mob to the United States Capitol where they assaulted law enforcement officers.
Girl, please. Those officers opened the gate and let them walk right in. Right in. We saw the video footage. And I know you're not talking about throwing away any votes. No one voted for you, Kamala. No one voted for you. If we would have had it Obama's way and we had the open primary, she probably wouldn't be standing there right now. It probably would have been Gavin Newsom.
When politicians in his own party begged him to call off the mob and send help, he did the opposite. He fanned the flames. And now, for an entirely different set of crimes, he was found guilty of fraud by a jury of everyday Americans and separately found liable for committing sexual abuse. And consider what he intends to do if we give him power again. Consider his explicit intent to set free violent extremists who assaulted those law enforcement officers at the Capitol. His explicit intent to jail journalists, political opponents, and anyone he sees as the enemy.
You're going to try to jail people too. You're going to try to jail journalists too. You're going to ramp up the police state as well. You're going to be sicking them on protesters as well.
His explicit intent to deploy our active duty military against our own citizens. Consider consider the power he will have, especially after the United States Supreme Court just ruled that he would be immune from criminal prosecution.
Didn't Tim Walz send in the National Guard against the George Floyd protesters in Minnesota? Honey, your running mate did the same thing.
Just imagine Donald Trump with no guardrails, and how he would use the immense powers of the presidency of the United States. Not to improve your life, not to strengthen our national security, but to serve the only client he has ever had, himself. And we know what a second Trump term would look like. It's all laid out in Project 2025, written by his closest advisors, and its sum total is to pull our country back to the past.
Project 2025 is written by the Heritage Foundation, the same Heritage Foundation where Obama got the Affordable Care, the Obamacare Act from. Okay, so there's that. Trump may agree with some of the things in Project 2025, but it's written by the Heritage Foundation. And there's most of those things that I saw in Project 2025 have already been this stuff they've been doing for years. It's not new, right? So this is just something they're trying to use to fearmonger you again and get you to support the Democratic Party. But if you actually look at what's being proposed, most of those things, it's nothing new. It's not good. Don't get me wrong, as a leftist, it's not good, but it's not new.
But America, we are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back. We are not going back to when Donald Trump tried to cut Social Security and Medicare. We are not going back to when he tried to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We are not going to let him eliminate the Department of Education that funds our public schools. We are not going to let him end programs like Head Start that provide preschool and childcare for our children. America, we are not going back.
We don't seem to be going forward, though, either, because you and Joe Biden and all the other Democrats post Bill Clinton, you were just doing things that benefit your Wall Street buddies and the military industrial complex. So what do you mean? We're not going forward either. You yourself, Kamala Harris, wouldn't even allow a Palestinian American to walk across that damn stage. So you want to sit up there and say, hold up, let me address the audience real quick. Let's think about something. I don't know what happened. Hold on. Let's think about something really quick. Kamala Harris keep telling you that we're not going back, but she wouldn't even allow a Palestinian American to walk across the damn stage at the DNC convention. Can I say it again? Kamala Harris is telling you we're not going back, but she is sitting there discriminating against Palestinian Americans as she allowed Jewish parents to speak on the stage, as she should have, about their son. But she would not allow a Palestinian American who is a freaking DNC delegate speak on the stage, but she want to let you know that we not going back. Make it make sense. And
we are charting a new way forward to a future with a strong and growing middle class, because we know a strong middle class has always been critical to America's success. And
we don't have a middle class in this country, Kamala Harris. A lot of people are working poor. You guys need to figure that out.
Building that middle class will be a defining goal of my presidency. I'll tell you, this is personal for me. The middle class is where I come from. My mother kept a strict budget. We lived within our means, yet we wanted for little. And she expected us to make the most of the opportunities that were available to us and to be grateful for them. Because, as she taught us, opportunity is not available to everyone. That's why we will create what I call an opportunity economy where everyone has the chance to compete and a chance to succeed.
What does that even mean? How are you going to do that, Kamala? Don't sit up here and make these false promises to people who really need the economic help, knowing damn well you don't have a plan for this to happen.
Whether you live in a rural area, small town, or big city, and as president, I will bring together labor and workers and small business owners and entrepreneurs and American companies to create jobs, to grow our economy, and to lower the cost of everyday needs like healthcare and housing and groceries. We will provide access to capital for small business owners and entrepreneurs and founders. And we will end America's housing shortage.
I just feel like I've heard this before. Like, I feel like, does this sound like a repeat to some of you guys? I feel like I've heard this before from other candidates.
And protect Social Security and Medicare. Now compare that to Donald Trump, because I think everyone here knows he doesn't actually fight for the middle class. He doesn't actually fight for the middle class. Instead, he fights for himself and his billionaire friends. And he will give them another round of tax breaks that will.
You have billionaire friends too. Some of them have donated to your campaign. Let's not sit up here and pretend like you're not friends with billionaires too. All you mofos, most of those people sitting right there in that arena are in that group. They have connections to those people. So let's not
add up to $5 trillion to the national debt. And all the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax, call it a Trump tax, that would raise prices on middle-class families by almost $4,000 a year.
Why did you and Joe Biden keep some of Trump's tax policies? Why did you keep some of the policies that he had?
Well, instead of a Trump tax hike, we will pass a middle-class tax cut that will benefit more than 100 million Americans. Friends, I believe America cannot truly be prosperous unless Americans are fully able to make their own decisions about their own lives, especially on matters of heart and home. But tonight, in America, too many women are not able to make those decisions. And let's be clear about how we got here. Donald Trump handpicked members of the United States Supreme Court to take away reproductive freedom. And now he brags about it. In his words, quote, "I did it and I'm proud to have done it," end quote. Well, I'll tell you, over the past 2 years, I've traveled across our country, and women have told me their stories. Husbands and fathers have shared theirs. Stories of women miscarrying in a parking lot, developing sepsis, losing the ability to ever again have children, all because doctors are afraid they may go to jail for caring for their patients. Couples just trying to grow their family, cut off in the middle of IVF treatments. Children who have survived sexual assault, potentially being forced to carry a pregnancy to term. This is what's happening in our country because of Donald Trump. And understand, he is not done. As a part of his agenda, he and his allies would limit access to birth control, ban medication abortion, and enact a nationwide abortion ban with or without Congress. And get this, he plans to create a national anti-abortion coordinator and force states to report on women's miscarriages and abortions.
Why doesn't Kamala Harris also point out, shame Barack Obama for not fulfilling his campaign promise about codifying Roe v. Wade into law? Why does Kamala Harris not do that? Right? Because he's a part of the party and they're all in like that Clinton, elite bubble, that Clinton circle there. Because here's the reality, folks. Obviously, I don't approve of what Donald Trump has done when it comes to women's reproductive rights, but I do feel like there are some exaggerations. The number of times I've seen Donald Trump interviewed, I've never heard Donald Trump say that he agreed to a national abortion ban. I did hear him say it should be left up to the states. Now, that being said, at the same time, we would have never gotten here if Barack Obama would have fulfilled his campaign promise when he said that was the very first thing that he would do if he was elected. He got elected and he decided not to do it and publicly said he would not do it. Then he tried to blame it on Lieberman as for the reason he couldn't do it. But Representative Ro Khanna told me himself on my show that what Obama could have done was to abolish the filibuster, and we could have fixed all of this. So we would have never ended up in this situation if Obama would have fulfilled his campaign promise. That was one of his number one campaign promise that he had. We're going to jump ahead a little bit here. And we're going to be wrapping
much
up
more in common than what separates.
We're going to be wrapping up pretty soon with this speech. We're not going to watch this whole thing. We're going to wrap up pretty soon with this speech because I'm going to do call-in.
None of for all of us to succeed. And that in unity there is strength. Our opponents in this race are out there every day denigrating America, talking about how terrible everything is. Well, my mother had another lesson she used to teach. Never let anyone tell you who you are. You show them who you are.
Well, honey, you definitely show people who you are this week, because you discriminating against Palestinians is just, you definitely showed us who you are. I got to stop it there, folks. I'm sorry. I think her speech is supposed to be like 40 minutes long, and I can't. I can only do so much. So I'm sorry about that. We are going to do call in. Eric is going to pop one. I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be back. We'll do call in. And Eric, I think there's still super chats to read as well. Yeah.
You got it. All right. Let's see. Let me even this thing out. Actually, do that. There we go. Hello. All right. We are done watching Kamala for the moment. I think we've seen enough. I think we got the gist of it. So this is the part of the show where I give Sabby a little break, and then we'll be transitioning. She'll come back for a minute, and then we'll be transitioning over to the Zoom Hangout, formerly known as Call-In. That used to be Call-In, but now it's Zoom Hangout. The cameras, you can have your camera on or off. Cameras are optional, but we do encourage everyone to join up and tell us your thoughts. You can tell us what you thought of Kamala. We can discuss, how drunk was she? It's kind of an open question. And we'll be giving you that link shortly. But in the meantime, let's see. We got a few super chats built up here. Let's see. Thanks for the super chat. Hyun Kim. My family immigrated to the U.S. with no money. Dad worked as a dishwasher and mom worked at a shrimp factory. But Kamala started out well with both PhD parents. I don't feel she relates with me. Yep, I think that's a good point. And from Roger Meadows, thanks for the super chat. Obama and Kamala both got sisters named Maya. Okay, thanks, Roger. Courtney, thanks for the super chat. Courtney Smith, Ubering here at the DNC, and the riders I picked up from here are pretty worse than the MAGA. It's very cult-like. It's depressing, especially seeing the church base supporting her. I hear you, Courtney. And thanks for the super chat, Jay Tolbert. Adam Kinzinger supporting Kamala is just like Colin Powell supporting Biden. GOP neocon warhawks rallying behind Dem candidates. It's one party. You said it, Jay. And yeah, they think it's this win of like they're showing, the moderate Republicans are going with Kamala, but it's not like everyday working people are going with her. It's their election strategy. Thanks for the super chat. Me, except for when it comes to Palestinians, no fairness or equality there. You said it. And thanks for the super chat, Maurice Brooks. Wait, she made the country the charging body? F her, I worked in a court. That is how it works. Jane Doe isn't the plaintiff in a criminal case. She is the worst, talking about Kamala. And thanks for the super chat, Mary Rose. No one on January 6th had guns except the infiltrated FBI who helped. Love you, Sabby. Thanks for that super chat. And thanks for this one as well, Courtney Smith. Y'all, I'm here at the United Center and they're walking out. All right. Now I have a minute here. Let me see. Let me switch up a screen here. One of the things I like to talk about is what to do about all this. And one of the things that I've been working on is on, here, let me set this up. Let me just get a couple tabs open. Here we go. If you go to, now I got to show the screen. Here we are. Add. There we go. If you go to 11demands.org, I've been talking about one of the things I like to talk about and kind of frame things is the MCDS. MCDS stands for money, corruption, demands, and solutions. And I think it's really important to always frame these things in terms of the money and corruption. The reason we have, this uniparty is that they both work for the big money interests, the billionaires and the mega corporations and military industrial complex, all those players, all those huge corporations, which are really just the instruments of the billionaires. And, it's important, I think, when we're covering these things to really make those connections. It's a uniparty. They're both working for the moneyed interest. They do the bidding of the billionaires. Then the billionaires funnel a little bit of money back in, right? And that's where you get the corruption, right? And that money that comes back in from the billionaires and the mega corporations corrupts the government, and it makes the government their instrument and working in their interests and not ours. But then I think it's also really, really important after that to have demands, the D part, right? What are our demands? I think it's really important as a left movement that we be demanding an end to it, that we don't just complain about it, that we don't just, it's really important to point out all the negative aspects and all these things and call them out and educate people. But it's also really important to have demands, right? What is our key demand? Our key demand is to end the corruption, to fix the big money in the system. And if you get to that point where you're talking about these demands and, you have a lot of other demands, if you look on 11 demands, there's everything in there, like the healthcare, and we need peace and all this stuff, all the good stuff. But it's also really important to have that first key demand, fix the corruption, fix the big money. And when you focus on that, that leads you to the solutions, right? Because the solutions get into fixing that money. That means things like public financing. That means like laws and ballot measures for public financing, for ranked choice voting. It means, fixing the Constitution with a move to amend style constitutional amendment so the Supreme Court doesn't strike down everything. So I think with this kind of a program, I think you can really inspire a movement, and it can be a core to a movement. Part of that movement can be all the things, right? It can be, mutual aid, it can be ballot measures, it can be direct action, and it can be electoral politics. And with that part of it, if I'm going to vote or support, or anyone who believes in this is going to vote or support a candidate, then this is what we should be hearing from the candidate. And to that end, I was very pleased to see this tweet from very recently, yesterday, from the Stein campaign, saying very specifically, to everyone who wants to build a real opposition to the corrupt, corporate-owned, warmongering duopoly, we welcome you to join the only anti-war, pro-worker, climate action campaign with a path to the White House. We will never drop out, sell out, or stop fighting for you. And I think that dropout part is a little dig at RFK, who apparently is going to drop out tomorrow. But what really got me, if you really want to, for me personally, if you really want to get on my good side, lead with that word, corrupt, because they are corrupt. That's, I think it's a winning electoral strategy as well. And because, everyone understands that the corruption, and everyone is sick of it. Everyone would say Congress is corrupt. And, so people say, well, Jill can't win, or it's a long shot, which, yeah, it's a long shot. But if we really get on board with this, I'd say it's up to us to turn it into something real. In my response was, corrupt, corporate-owned, warmongering duopoly. Call it out relentlessly and win. So that was my little take. Now,
that's right. Because I think, I'm just putting the passcode up here, because I think that it's one thing to say someone can't win, but it's another thing to just it's another thing to just settle and to just vote for the people that are very much against your interests. And that's my whole take on this thing, because I'm just like, I get tired of it. I get tired of people saying that, like, man, I really don't want these two people. You don't have to have those two people. Okay. So the Zoom link, guys, is pinned to the top of the chat. If you could just mute yourself when you join. Okay, just go ahead and mute yourself when you join. And if you want to speak in the Zoom chat, what you do is you click on reactions and you click raise your hand. And that lets me know that you want to speak. So that's how we do it over there. I see Ashura already has their hand raised. So the passcode is right here at the bottom of the screen, 775552. You can go ahead and enter that if it asks you for the passcode. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. But the Zoom room is open. And I already see people in the Zoom room, so that's good.
And you can make me co-host. And we already have, and now for tonight, and I think we'll try to do this now, we have operational, the easy to find link. So it's sabbysabs2.com. So if you go to, click on it in the chat, or if you go to sabbysabs2.com, there's the link there for the Zoom Hangout. It gets you in easy. The passcode's there if you need it.
Yep. And it's also pinned, the link is pinned to the top of the chat. I do want to go ahead and jump in because it is late.
All right. You can tell anyone else to go to sabbysabs2.com. All right. See you in there.
Yeah. All right. And then let me go ahead and send it out. I have it on my newsletter as well. So I'll send it out there as well, so people can see that. They'll get it via the newsletter as well. And it just is what it is. Let me go ahead and send that to everybody. Okay. Great. Okay. Just go ahead and mute when you join. CBC voter, go ahead and mute. All right, guys, we are heading over to the Sabby Sabs Zoom after call. Again, if you want to speak, hit reactions and select raise hand. I am heading out of here. Tomorrow, I will do a special live stream at 2 p.m. I will not be live tomorrow evening. I'm streaming at 2 p.m. to cover the RFK Jr. campaign announcement. I'm covering just that story, and that'll be it for me for Friday. All right. Have a good night. Keep up the fight.